I was just thinking to myself as I was making this tweet, I was like, I know that I'm commissioning a horny jail tweet, but maybe I just have her edit it so there's also just a straight up jail. Because it would be perfect for this tweet I'm about to send out. I was just practicing my lockpicking, officer. I swear I wasn't gonna steal anything. And then a picture of me behind bars. It would be perfect. Gosh, I am so funny sometimes. Okay, so this is gonna be weird, and I need to be promised not to be judged before I before I tell this story. So, and that is your legally binding contract. Everybody who is listening to this, past, present, or future, by choosing to listen to this story, you choose not to judge me, or you agree not to judge me in any way, shape, or form. If you continue to listen to this and judge me thereafter, you are breaking our social agreement. And I have the right to sue you for defamation. Now that I've gotten my legal shit out of the way. So, one of the NSFW artists that I follow on Twitter tweeted, you know, some people tell me that my, like, the kinks and the NSFW art that I tweet is just so basic. And that, I don't remember. I'm not going to go through the whole tweet, but basically at the very end she said, what do these people want me to do? Draw porn of a sentient doorknob for pure originality value? And then somebody tweeted to her, I hate to break it to you, but that's already been done. And then they linked to a a manga about a doorknob that was just a woman that orgasmed when she was unlocked. And of course, I had to go and read it because you can't put that in front of me and not expect me to go and read it. So I read it, and it was about what you expected. It was weird. It was only 16 pages, so it didn't take very long. So I read the manga, and that's what I did on my lunch break. And as I was sitting here with my dishes, I messaged my roommates because, of course, I told them about it too. and I texted them and I said, what? No, hold on. I don't want to paraphrase this part because this because this is the preamble for me explaining how I'm actually funny sometimes. I thought this was for every once in a while I could be really funny. And I texted them and I said, the motivation to do the dishes, enter my body like that key. And it did. I did get the motivation, and I did do the dishes shortly after. But that was all just a very long preamble to let you all know that every once in a while I can be funny. Not often, but there are sometimes. I mean, there's definitely a dopamine hit when I get done with a house chore. You remember reading that one when you were in high school? I mean, I don't disbelieve it because I don't think I would ever forget reading that either. And I won't now that I've read it. I will never forget that for as long as I live. I'm going to have to look it up. I will send it to you. I will put it in my chat right now. I am unafraid. Because I'll admit, I looked it up. I was curious. Where is it? Here you go. If you're curious, it's not even in your top 100 weirdest ones. You're going to have to give me the top 5 someday. Because, I mean, I wouldn't really call it weird, but I would say that the next thing to things that I've read that are like that was it wasn't Japanese, it was actually in English. It was an English short novel. Or maybe it actually is called a comic, I'm not sure. Of a woman who falls in love with her husband. Her husband creates a sex robot, and I think it's named Charlie 9000, but I have to look it up again. But her husband, knee pregnancy guy? What? Okay, no, don't get distracted, Celine. Was her husband created a sex robot that was created like literally just to have sex with her because he couldn't be asked. That was the plot. He draws girls whose knees get pregnant and swell up to massive sizes. You know, you're right. That is weirder. But yeah, it was actually a really cute comic because the wife and the robot end up falling in love, and I don't want to. But I think it's called Charlie 9000. It's really cute. It's a cute little comic about a woman and a robot falling in love, and then the husband like tries to destroy the robot and she gets real sad. So then he goes on a mission to rebuild the robot because he sees just how happy she is, and then he ends up falling in love with somebody else. And I don't recall why there was a threesome with both of the women and the robot, but That was like the only part of that book that I was just like, it's a little weird. It was a web comic. It wasn't I think it eventually became like they bound it into a book, but it was originally a web comic. That's what I was thinking of. It was actually kind of cute. I really like that. But anyway, on Drainage City when I was younger, that's probably my number 2. Now I'm gonna have to look up what that is. Is it like, do I want to know? I don't know why I'm looking at this. I don't actually want to know because I bet it's gross. Because like I can get down with weird, like, you know, a hentai manga about a girl that's a keyhole that, you know, because it's a funny play on words. I get that, but I don't actually want gross. It's not great. I don't want gross. Because I can imagine something labeled or titled Drainage City is gross. And I don't want gross. Give me weird. Give me sentient female keyholes. I'll take that. Give me sex robots with a heart of gold. Give me that. That's what I want. Cause I'll never forget what I think the weirdest. Okay, I don't know why we're talking about this so much, but now I feel like I kind of have to say it. Yeah, I don't want that. Where's a notepad emote? I don't think I actually have it as an emote. I don't have enough emote slots. Working on it though. But I will have to say that, hey, Face Shine, welcome to where I talk about hentai, apparently. I think the weirdest hentai that I have ever seen, and this scarred me as a young teenager, an adult teenager, for sure. I definitely never watched anything that was 18 years plus, not being 18, legally speaking, but I think that and I couldn't tell you what it's called. No idea. Couldn't even begin, and I don't want to know what it's called, to be honest. But I think the weirdest thing that it's actually what stopped me from watching hentai as a porn medium entirely. There was, the only thing I remember about it was it involved like larvae or like not worms, but like leech type creatures and eggs. And I'm pretty sure that you can figure out what happens from there. It was fucking gross. And I was like, you know, I don't think this is for me. I don't think that this is what I'm looking for. And I was like, yeah, no, I think I'm going to curate. I'm not just going to go randomly looking at things anymore. And that is how I learned to go and Google the plot synopsis if I was going to watch hentai. And now I don't anymore because that's just too much work. And also, you know what I mean? Ugh. People that are into that are weird, and they should be, anybody who willingly, okay, I'm sorry if I'm about to offend anybody in chat, but I'm not that sorry. You should be thrown into the sea. Oh, this was like animated. This wasn't manga. This was like animated porn. I didn't read porn. That didn't happen until I was in my 20s. When I actually wanted to read. Mm-hmm. You are late for the DGen talk. We were talking quick TLDR on my timeline on Twitter. I don't. Maybe you do. Oh, I was gonna say. Yes, I can, because this is gross, and if you like that, we should we should gather all of the people that willingly go and search for that kind of thing. Like, that is a thing that they're going to watch for enjoyment, not for out of curiosity. I get being curious, but if that's what they're going for entertainment, we should shove them all inside of a rocket and launch them into space. We don't need them on this planet. I'm sorry, we don't. But yeah, Pedro, TLDR on my time. This doesn't have anything to do with what I just said, by the way. This is totally fine. Larvae and eggs, yeah. You really want to send them to the aliens? Yes. Let them deal with it. Because I don't want them on the same planet as me. You want those people to be the aliens' first impressions of us? Their options are weird hentai enjoyers or nuclear missiles. So, like, realistically, if any aliens actually showed up, some country would nuke them before we ever got to talk to them. I can almost guarantee. But I keep meaning to tell Pedro what I was talking about. So on my Twitter, there's an NSFW artist that I follow, and she tweeted out, man, some people are like super judgmental and say that my kinks are super like average. And like, yeah, but what do you want me to do? Draw art of sentient keyholes for pure originality? And then somebody added her and said, I hate to break it to you, but that's already been done. And then they cited a small little hentai comic about a sentient female keyhole that got off when she got unlocked. And that's where this whole conversation started, because we started talking about like the weirdest thing we'd ever seen, and mine was when I was in my formative years. I stumbled upon animated pornography that involved like the insertion of like slug creatures and eggs being the result, and I wanted to burn my computer. And anybody who enjoys that needs to get drowned in the sea, and I volunteer to be the one to do it. Anyway, we're here to play a video game. So let's do that, which, to be fair, that's still pretty tame. Well, it was enough for me. I'm tame, I guess. I think the quote-unquote weirdest thing that I'm into is werewolves. And that wouldn't even be considered, I don't think, weird within, like, the space that I'm in. Like, that's vanilla by our standards. Oh, I forgot I have to do all this again.
Done.
I love how they don't notice me go through this time, but then when I come back, you saw something on 4chan that'll... I think everybody who's on the internet has that experience.
Updated my journal.
Where
Done.
There is something that we saw when we were young that, or not even necessarily when we're young, just something where we saw something and you'll just never forget it for as long as you live.
All right.
For anybody who wasn't here, I did this already and I didn't pick up, there was a hammer in this room, I think. There was a hammer. There's a hammer on the ground. Yeah, I didn't pick up this specific hammer, turns out I needed it. And then once and I also want to, I mean, I shouldn't because I failed and I should be a failure. Okay. Enjoy your lurking. Thank you so much. Have a good lurk. But yeah, I've done this specific part of the game already, and that's why I'm like skipping over things, because I did it already. But I was dumb and I didn't pick up the hammer like an idiot and then locked it in the house. And then I couldn't progress. Well, I mean, I could have progressed, but I would have had to do a whole bunch of work to go and get another hammer, and I just couldn't be asked to do that. So I mean, I was there for either the inception or popularization in the West of the concept of queen stallions. Stumbled on that artist's stuff right around when he started posting it, and after he posted it, suddenly a bunch of other Western artists started making them. That one unfortunately sticks with me. Well, now I want to know what that is. But not if it's gross. You know? I'm a curious lad. I want to know these things. Ow. I didn't realize that I got slapped. It's when a lady is transformed into a horse but is shaped like a dick. The horse is shaped like a dick? Then how is it a... I can't even imagine what that looks like. Dorses. Dick horses. Huh. Yeah, I can't even imagine that, to be honest. Why would you even need the horse to be a dick, though? The whole thing about horses is that their dicks are huge. Like... the boy vase transformation.
Updated my journal.
So what target audience is this for? Is this for gay men? Or women? Or, well, I don't know why women would be interested. What's the appeal if the female degenerates in general? I mean, that's fair. But like what is the appeal for a straight male reader if the female is turning into a dick? There's no... Oh, is it like... I guess, you know, it's weird. Whenever I think about things like that, I never consider the possibility of, like, two women in a relationship, and that's, like... Or, like, like, you know, it would be... In this type of story, it would be lesbians, and then one of them turns into a dick horse, and then I'd be like, oh, yeah, I mean, I guess that could make sense. But like, okay, you're gonna have to explain this to me. What happens? What happens with the dick horse? This is important. Like, what occurs after? Is the dick horse involved with... Yeah. And what is she using it for? So she's a giant horse that's a dick, but also has a giant horse cock. Yeah, I got that. But what is she using it on? Is she using it on another girl? Or is she using it on a man? Like, what is she doing? The normal lewd stuff? Okay, so the girl gets turned into a male horse and then wants to go fuck other women. That's the plot. I don't know why this is so important to me. Girls, men, horses, dorses, depends on the artist. Okay. At least there's some inclusivity. Chalk that up as a win. Got some inclusivity. Where is this thing? Oh, there it is. Hello. I shouldn't say thing. Person. Hello. Greetings. The term Queen Stallion is because it got super popular in the Queen's Blade fandom. I have no idea what that is. I follow Derpixen too. I love Derpixen. Queen's Blade is a Japanese series of visual combat books published by Hobby Japan, inspired by the licensed works from Firelight Game Company's Lost Worlds. Okay. I wish any of those words in that particular order meant anything to me. Unfortunately, it doesn't. I also like, is it called Lewd Froggo? It's where Ketlea is from. May have seen her in lewd art before. Unlikely, but maybe. I'm unfortunately a complete idiot when it comes to like properties of games. Like I've never played anything, never seen any movies, I've never watched any TV shows, anime, it doesn't matter. Like unless it came out in the late 90s, I likely haven't seen it. I like stopped looking at anything after like 2010. I don't know what happened.
Updated my journal.
Okay.
Updated my journal. All right.
All right. And then this thing over here. And then we're all caught up. Lewd Froggo sounds familiar. Yeah, he did a like soft, I think it's literally called Soft Girlfriend. That I think circulated a while ago, like a year or two ago. This rickety dwelling looks as though it has stood for centuries. Its wooden walls are weathered and worn with age. A number of planks on this side of the structure appear to have been recently pried loose. Examine the structure. It appears as though the Davis was attempting to tear down this ancient structure. Several boards are loose upon the building's frame, their nails nearly pried all the way out. Use the hammer to nail the boards back into place. You hammer the boards neatly back into place. Taking a step back to examine your handiwork, you notice that, strangely enough, the building no longer appears quite as old as it did on first glance. Weird. Weird. I mean, I guess she should be the stealthy one. Because I'm working on... I think I've seen some stuff from Lewd Froggo before. I'm glad that he's getting the recognition that he deserves. I love, like, animated stuff like that. It always looks so nice. I really love that style. And there's another one that I don't know if it was... Okay, I have to look it up now. I really hope that I'm gonna mute my Firefox just in case. You never know. This is a very dangerous thing to Google while I'm streaming, so please, Twitch gods, don't ban me. Oh god, how would I even go about Googling this? How would I even... Oh, did I get it? Yeah. Who's this by? Because I think it... Okay, who's... Why isn't there a Wikipedia? Oh, I think this might actually be Derpixen. And I'm just not that familiar. Yeah. It was the Cursed Prince, the Fandle Tales. I thought that might have been drawn by somebody else that wasn't Derpixen, but it was, so never mind. I don't have another person. It's just Derpixen. I love their art style. It looks so good. Yeah. I know, me too. It looks great. I love their art. As my roommates would tell me, it's all about practice. You have returned. I have reversed the repairs you have asked. Yes, all is in order. I am grateful. Again, the wind begins to blow around you, this time with fierce intensity. The omnipresent sounds of the alley begin to increase in volume until the soft murmur of the voice is nearly drowned out by the ensuing racket. Now you must go. Division begins. The way is now open to you. Farewell, then.
Updated my journal.
The stone face begins... Oh, wait. The stone face before you begins to transform once again, its mass shifting and roiling as you look on. The entire wall seems to melt before your eyes, exposing a narrow passageway beyond. The ground underfoot suddenly begins to rock violently, and the soft sighing of the wind intensifies to a more urgent, almost human-like moaning. You can hear the sounds of crashing stones and snapping boards all around you as you dash into the passageway.
Updated my journal.
Oh yeah, I'm sure nobody's gonna question how this happened. Oh, geez, I thought my game crashed again. Oh, hello, were-rats, my friends. Grab it. No, don't grab the skull. They took Morty! No! I just got 4 party members, you dicks! What the heck just happened? Sebastian! My roommate's in the game. That's weird. He just took my friend! You see a harmonium officer. He gives you a bored look as you approach. Greetings. He gives you a bored look. Greetings, citizen. Measure 3 Vorten at your service. I have some questions. Who the heck took my friend? Now, I have to talk to everybody first, and then I'll go save him. He sighs. I don't mean to be rude, but I am on duty and have no time for questions. If you would like information, go talk to Ebb Creek News. Okay. Why do you have a name, then? Don't have a name if you don't want me to talk to you. Middle-aged man wearing dusty clothes, not appear to be in the best of health. The skin is pale and yellow. Ew. I look the part of a tout. What's a tout? Someone you go for asking a bunch of damn fool questions. But I have some questions. Are you feeling alright? Nothing a few years of death won't cure. Air's been getting worse in the ward of late. By my reckon, it should level out once the great foundry settles or a wind blows through from the spire. What is with the air here? It's mostly because of all the portals. What do you mean? Lots of doors to the lower planes here let in bad air and fumes and such from who knows what layer of the abyss. That's why this here's the lower ward. A jaunt through this area is like breathing in a meal. Salt, smoke, pipewood. It's all yellow blankets of smoke, I almost said snow, and stinging sulfurous gas that this ward spits out. Pretty, huh? Yes, you mentioned the foundry? Sent to the ward, pretty much. Look for the stacks. Them godsmen make a bunch of things out of iron, nothing fancy, but they work. Add to the bad air, too. Godsmen? The believers have their kip in the great foundry, banging and singing and chanting their barmy silliness on being powers in the next 10 upon 10 and a bunch of other 10 lifetimes. All they do is suffer and slave and work. I slave twice as hard, and no way am I going to be any sort of power, you understand me? You said something about the winds earlier? At times, winds blow in from Sigel's spire, drive the smog out for a while. Is there anything interesting? I had a skull, and it's been stolen from me. Do you know anybody who would do such a thing? He looks a little uncomfortable. Missing a skull, are ya? Well, now, you never heard such from me, but there's people in these parts that make a living by collecting the heads of the dead. Work for a basher named Lothar. They call him the Master of Bones. Well, I have 3 skulls that you can have instead of my friend, so where can I find this Lothar? Now, that's a dangerous wigwag. If I were to say anything, which I'm not, I would say to keep an eye out for a gutted building here in the ward. Mayhap you would find something there, eh? But you never heard such a thing from me. I must be going. Farewell. He stole my friend.
All right.
This woman has a yellow cast on her skin and severe features. Tattoos cover her body, and she wears a long blade at her side. Her eyes are like 2 small black pearls. As you approach her, they follow Dakon's movements. Before you reach her, Dakon breaks in. I would have you hear me. What is it, Dakon? It is my will that we not speak to this woman. Why not? She is a Zerth. Our wills are crossed blades. We have no common ground. Then do not speak to her. Very well, then. You will not. You have my gratitude. Think nothing of it, okay? Sorry, Kenobi. Can't talk to you. Why does everybody here have a name? Hello, Sebastian. You see an older man in elegant robes. He has bright eyes and a warm smile. He gives you a slight bow as you approach. Good day, Cutter. I'm Sebastian. How may I serve you? Greetings to you as well, Cutter. He stops in mid-sentence as he notices your scars. You see his eyes travel along them and his eyebrows arch in surprise. He returns his gaze to you. I was about to ask what I could do for you, but there is no need. I think I see why you came to see me. What, are you trying to say you can help me with these scars? He smiles at you and shrugs his shoulders. Perhaps. He leans forward and begins to examine your scars carefully. He runs a finger along several of them, mumbling to himself. Finally, he looks at you. Yes, Cutter, I can help you. I cannot cure you, but I can alleviate the worst of your condition. And your price? Ah, yes, the price. He begins stroking his chin and stares at you. You get the impression you are being weighed somehow. He seems to come to some sort of decision. I have a job that I think you could perform. Go on. I have signed a contract with a certain creature. I am no longer able to fulfill this contract. It is beyond my ability. However, the creature will not release me from the contract. Instead, it has threatened me with death unless I fulfill the contract. Let me guess, you want me to solve the problem for you? Yes, I cannot do it myself. My reputation demands that I fulfill the contract or face the consequences. I am at your mercy in this regard. Will you help me? What were you contracted to do? I cannot reveal that information. I am magically bound not to. That is why people come to me. They know that if I accept a contract, it will be handled with discretion. What kind of creature are we talking about? An Abishai named Grosuk. I know that it is a difficult task, but one I think you can handle. Also, the reward I offer you is great. What? Okay, I already know. He can't tell me. Will you do it? Yes, give me the details.
My journal.
He smiles at you and gives a sigh of relief. Thank you. The creature is an Abishai named Grosuk. You will need a magic weapon to cause it any harm, so check that. Check with some of the shops if you do not own one. A spellcaster can harm it as well. Grosuk can be found to the east, beyond the siege tower. Siege tower? Yes, over beyond the market. Damn thing just appeared one day, several years back. No one knows why, and no one seems able to get inside or find out. Okay. I've already forgotten his name. He just told it to me. Grosuk? Grosuk. He just told it to me twice in the time it took me to step probably 3 feet away, vanished as if he never told it to me in the first place. That is how long my memory is. I swear, it's like a goldfish. Watermelon chapstick. Alright. Greetings. She turns to face you and an annoyed look crosses her face. Yes, what do you want? Fine. Who are you? My name is Xanthia. Is there something else you want? What are you doing here? There's going to be a fight and I want to see it. It should be interesting. A fight? Yes. See the 3 Thakola over there? They're going to try to kill an Ibishai, the stupid oafs. I've heard something called an Ibishai. What exactly is it? It's a lower plains creature, a Baiatsu, I think. In any case, Ibishai have nasty dispositions, sharp claws, and can cast spells. Very formidable. The Thakola look like they can take care of themselves. Normally, I would say yes. Thakola are very powerful warriors. However, I know something they don't. What might that be? Ibishai can only be hurt by magic. The Thakola will be slaughtered. I have no doubt of it. How do you know they can only be hurt by magic? My husband is very high up in Harmonium. The Harmonium guards are trained to deal with creatures such as Ibishai. That's how I know. My husband told me. Why don't you warn the Thakola? Why would I do that? I'm the one who suggested the fight. Why? My husband tries to better his social standings with his underling by drinking with them in the local taverns. Last evening he forced me to just such an occasion. Those 3 oafs were there, boasting of their prowess as warriors. It was obvious they were in a drunken stupor. When they decided to leave, one of them tripped and fell into the table I was sitting at. Most of the drinks at the table spilled into my lap and ruined a very expensive evening gown. So while the cretin was trying to apologize, I whispered to him that I only accepted the apology of a warrior of stature. If he were truly such a warrior, he'd be able to defeat an Ibishai in hand-to-hand combat. You're going to get them killed because they ruined a dress?
Updated my journal.
You obviously do not understand the intricacies behind the situation. She looks at you like you're an idiot child. I was embarrassed and humiliated in front of my husband and his umberlings. Okay. Well, I'm going to go warn them because fuck you. That's such a rude thing to do. Greetings. I have some questions. I've talked to Xanthia. She said you're going to fight an Ibishai? He smiles and nods at you enthusiastically. That's right, Thorpe and friends Barsh. I've learned that Ibishai can only be hurt by magic weapons.
Updated my journal.
He gives you a worried look. Need magic? How you know? I talked to Xanthia. She told me. He looks confused at first, then a look of realization appears on his face. Xanthia played Thorpe for Connie. She lied. Tried to get Thorpe and friends dead. I'm afraid so, Thorpe. Xanthia not deserve apology. Thorpe free from debt to her. Yes, you are free of your debt. Thorpe, thank you. You saved life. You saved life of friends. He turns to the other Thakola and speaks to them hurriedly. After a moment, all 3 bow to you and each hands you a pouch of coins. Thank you. He smiles. You good friend. You deserve. I must be going. Farewell. Get fucked, bitch! Trying to kill people over a dress. You see a well-dressed middle-aged man. He seems to be scanning the crowd with a practiced eye. He notices you approach and gives you a quick once-over. He smiles at you and gives a barely perceptible nod. I am Byron Pickett, moneylender. May I help you? Moneylender? Yes, I cater to the needs of merchants. Want to start a business, keep one afloat that's down on its luck, or perhaps expand a business. In either case, you come to me for the funds. I doubt that you are a merchant, sir, so what can I do for you? I have some questions. I'm looking for someone named Lothar, or the Master of Bones. Really? Why in the name of the 9 hells would you want to find him? He stole a skull of mine. So? What do you think you're going to do? Just march in and demand it back? I admit that you appear more than capable of handling yourself in a fight, but against Lothar, your skull will decorate the walls. I still need to find him. I have reasons, quite good ones, I can assure you, not to point anyone toward Lothar. Now pike it, sod. Rude. but understandable, I guess. I'll find him myself. Oh my god, there are so many people in here.
I'm gone.
Okay. I need to find the people with names. I have some questions. I'm looking for someone named Lothar or the Master of Bones. Well, no one knows for certain where Lothar is, citizen. He hasn't broken any laws that we know of, so we at the Harmonium leave him be. I'd suggest you do the same. Why? Because, Burke, you don't mess with someone as powerful as Lothar without an extremely good reason and lots of friends backing you up. That's why. I love how I went from, like, needing to find... I love how they didn't even try to connect Act 1 story with Act 2 story. They're just like, yeah, you walk into this place, Morty gets kidnapped, go figure it out. Also, nobody knows where he is. Just like nobody knew where Farad was. Do it again. And it's like, oh, okay. I mean, I guess. Very well. You can find the entrance to his kip. You just said that nobody knew where he was. Alright. Thank you. Oh, greetings. I'm interested in what you have for sale. Do you have infinite clap, blood, and heart charms? Because that would be amazing. Ooh. Ooh. Spider bracelet. Oh. Ooh. Ring of the Traveler. Sadistic frame. Evokes pain mirror. Well, question. Can you take these? Since apparently they only want to take a one. What could you imagine selling that? And then just being like, well, I don't... 160? Fair, I guess. Oh, can you identify... Okay. Abyssal Pipe. Cloud Kill. Tear of Salirudai. Artifact. Permanent +1 constitution. Usable only by lawful good characters. Well... Cool. I don't want to try to steal things, but that's pretty dope. I mean, we might as well, right? Because no, maybe we'll find someone that... I mean, we should keep it in case we get a party member that's lawful good. Oh, I don't know why I'm going around, but... But he didn't have any magic weapons. Okay. Okay, Karina, you have a name. Hello, I'm Karina. It's a pleasure to meet you, Cutter. Alright, what do you want? I'm looking for a man named Lothar. Lothar. I don't know anyone named Lothar. I can't recall ever hearing that name either. Did you say Master of the Bones? That sounds ominous, doesn't it? Why would anyone want to be known by that name? Well, to frighten people, I guess. Yes, I think you're right. It gives me the chills just thinking about it. Master of the Bones is a rather scary title. I don't think I'd mess with anyone who had a title like that. Where can I buy some weapons? Anzo over there sells weapons, all kinds of weapons. Are you a warrior? How could you not be with all those scars? Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't mention those. You're not sensitive about them, are you? No, I've gotten used to them. Oh, good. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, or anyone else's for that matter. You just have to be careful what you say to someone, you know? I mean, people are different, and you never know. What may offend one person may not offend another, so anyway. Okay. We're getting hit now with people that have names that have no purpose. Why does everyone seem to have real yellow skin? It's probably because of the... I'm missing a skull. Missing a skull, are you? I'll bet I know what happened to it. In the ward is a fella, a major priest to hear tell, who collects heads and puts them on his shelves like books. They're dead. But his magics are such he can make them answer questions for him, even though they're in the dead book. Where can I find this person? Not sure, really. I heard tell he's got his kip in one of the ruined buildings around here, but I've never seen there. Others might know, though. Might ask Sebastian about it. I see. Farewell. Greetings. Something about scars. I have already talked to Sebastian. I'm interested in spells. Alright. Will you take any of this? Nope. Cool. Alright. Oh, are Anna's punch daggers magical? They're not. So... Here, have this magic oh, wait. No, I have enchanted punch daggers here. Have those. Hello, Corvus. You can see a tall man in plate armor. Good day, citizen. Oh, I'm crying again on accident. Right. I'm sorry. I have to go save my skull. Oh. Did I... Okay, I came out the other side here.
Done.
This door is locked, and if I try to pick at people, we'll get mad. Who are you? She stares at you and speaks a few mumbled words to Dakan. She cannot understand your speech. She says she is dying. What is she dying of? Her name is Anazi. She says she used to work in a meat curing house here called until a half month ago when the illness became too much for her to bear. She was abandoned, evicted from her home, and left for dead. Speech pains her, and her illness has crippled much of her mind. She says there is nothing she can give you of value. And know that she will not recover. I can put her out of her misery. That is all. As a Zereth of the people, it is my responsibility to provide an alternative. Then be merciful, Dakan. Dakan draws his blade and waits for the woman to prepare herself. She touches the unbroken circle of Zereth he wears for a moment, and her face is stoic. His blade is a blur, and when he has completed the stroke, she lies bleeding on the hard stone of Sigil Streets. Well struck, Dakan. Let's go.
Updated my journal.
Bloop. Oh. I guess we're just murdering again. Yemen. Oh, okay. I would caution you against speaking to this Githyanki. What's a Githyanki? Githyanki and Githzerai were once of common stock. We were slaves and food for the Illithids, mind flayers who devalued Oh my god. Devoured our lives in order to succor their own. One of our ancestors, the warrior queen Gith, led us to victory against the Illithids and we escaped. We have waged unending war on the Mind Flayers ever since. However, there was disagreement over the future of our people. Upon the blasted plains, our leader, Zerthamon, made the pronouncement of two skies, and steel was bared. One race became two. It is a rift that cannot be crossed peacefully. Well, we'll let it go then. Okay. Is Trist also a Githyanki? I can't tell.
Oh, that one's too lean.
Yes, they are indeed the stinky green people from Baldur's Gate 3. I thank the powers that you noticed me. I am in need of your services of a mercenary. If appearances are any indication, you would seem to be such an individual. What exactly is it that you want from me? The heart of the matter is that I am to be sold into slavery for a crime I did not commit. I'm in need of a champion, someone who will help me prove my innocence and free me from this fate. Tell me exactly what's going on. Yeah, well, he's a Gith Zerai. The person that he doesn't want me to talk to is a Githyanki. This is long in the telling cutter. Please bear with me. Okay. My husband died recently and left me his business. I am not business oriented, so I decided to sell. Not long after, I was contacted by a lender saying a loan on the business had not been paid. I examined all the documents that my husband kept and found that there had indeed been a loan taken, but it had just recently been paid in full. I explained this to the lender, and a few days later he asked for a copy of the document. It was nowhere to be found. Go on. Well, when I could not prove that the loan was paid, the lender took me before the court. My monies were taken and applied to the balance owed. Since it did not pay off the loan, I am to be sold on the block to try and recover the remaining amounts due. I don't understand. Why sell you into slavery? It serves many purposes. First, it keeps the prison relatively clear of all but the vilest criminals. Second, the sale of the convicted is used to pay for any damages, costs, or fees involved in the case. Finally, the convicted still serves a sentence from which they are eventually released, supposedly as better citizens. This is all fascinating, but I don't see how I can help you. I need someone to find the missing document, the one that proves the loan was paid. Or if you could purchase my contract, I could pay you back. She gives you a pleading look. I can't spend the next 5 years of my life in this ward. It will kill me. Surely you've noticed the illness shared by all who live here. Yes, the yellow skin and coughing. Yes, please, can you find it in your heart to help me? Yes, I can help you. I have some questions, though. Oof, hold on. Who do I talk to about your contract? That should be Darren the auctioneer. He's usually over there on the block. What's the lender's name? I know his name well. After all I have been through, I will not likely forget it. Byron Pickett is his name, and his associate may be someone named Lenny. Well, I already know where I can find Brendan. Who is Lenny? There was a small, fair-looking man who came to court a few times. He would sit behind Pickett and whisper to him occasionally. I remember him because he always seemed to be uncomfortable in his clothes. He would pick at them as if they were new, as if he were not used to wearing them. On one such occasion, Pickett told him to sit still and stop fidgeting. He called him Lenny. Where can I find him? I'm not sure, actually. My husband told me that some ruffians could be found southeast of the market, near the siege tower. Could you have misplaced the loan contract? No, I am a very meticulous person. I kept the document in a lockbox in my husband's study and never left that room. Do you think the loan document could have been stolen? I don't know. Why would anyone steal that, yet leave other valuables be? It makes little sense to me. Well, it was just a thought. A worthy thought. It bears merit. Have you explained any of this to the courts you spoke of? Oh yes, I've explained my situation to many. You're the first to be willing to help me. Okay. So, I can't talk to Darren because Dakin won't let me. So maybe we go back and talk to Pickett? Yeah. And just buy your contract. I want to talk to you about Trist. Trist. What about her? I'm trying to find a missing document for her. There is no missing document. That was a ruse instigated by Trist to cast down on our debt. This matter has been thoroughly investigated by the Mercy Killers, and they found no evidence of any such document. They could have missed something. That is possibility, but not very likely. You obviously are not familiar with the Mercy Killers or their methods for you to make such a statement. If they cannot find the document, then it does not exist. Someone could have stolen the document, maybe even destroyed
my
it.
journal.
For a moment, he looks as if he is about to be furious with you, but then a gloating smile crosses his face. What a terrible thought. Pity there is no proof of any such activity. Yes, a pity. So tell me, why have Triss sold into slavery? Couldn't she pay you your money in the form of a loan? Yes, she could, and I did make that offer to her. However, she turned me down. I don't allow second chances. No one turns me down without suffering the consequences. Oh, God. He's one of these guys. Oh, also, I forgot. I was supposed to switch over to the blah, blah, blah. Hold on, sorry. Stream manager, go. I was supposed to do that instead of looking at my Discord. I need to get better at doing that, so I remember to do it in the future. What? I want to talk to you about Trist. How dare she reject me? What a loser.
Updated my journal.
Well, good luck to you with that. If the Mercy Killers couldn't help poor Trist, I don't think you have a chance in the 9 hells of doing so. Alright. So, I can't do anything with him. I'm gonna have to... I thought maybe I could buy her contract off of him, but it looks like I can't. Also, I wanted to... Can I talk to her to be like, you're a bitch? You warned the brute, didn't you? Yes, I did. Nice. I will not forget this insult. Good day to you. Thanks. Good day to you too, bitch.
Get the slave over here! Two for the price of one!
Okay. Warehouse. What the heck? Are you a beholder? What? Oh no, you're just a... Of course you're not anything that interesting. Welcome to the vaults of the 9th world. How may I serve you in this fine day, Sigillian? What are you? I am the voice of the vault of the 9th world. I'm here to serve you, the customer. Instruct me in what you desire. I'd like to claim... Nope, sorry. Sorry, I wanted to... Shit. I wanted to deposit something. Actually, I'm sorry. We seem to be full up at the moment. Can I do something else for you? I thought this was supposed to be a huge storehouse. Well, yes. Only we ran out of space and there's something a little fishy going on around here, and I don't know what. The gist of the matter is we don't really accept items for storage anymore. Why not? Well, and here I thought I had finally solved all of my problems. But no, game hates me. You startled me. I haven't seen you around here before, stranger. What do you want from me? Who are you? I'm Connell. I work here. What is this place? It's the Vault of the 9th World. It's a storehouse. Didn't you read the sign when you came in? Not that carefully. Thanks for the answer. Who are you? Talk to Lena. All right. Lena. I'm looking for a floating sarcastic skull. Have you seen it anywhere? Well, thanks for trying. The storehouse. Apparently, I can't store my things in it.
Done.
I thought I finally found a solution to my inventory management problem, but nope. Game hates me. I've got a message for you to run. Here, take it and these coins. I'll be back with your receipt. Scritch, scritch. Excuse me, Mr. Penn, if that is your real name. What do you want? Make it quick. Is it like these as bags of holding? I haven't run across one yet, but it did take me a while to find my first one in Baldur's Gate, so. I'm missing a skull. That has to sound so weird to people. What do you do here? Are you entirely dim? It's a printing shop. I print things. Look around you. I print. What do you print? Books, pamphlets, handbills, words, letters, whatever. Though I don't do racy prints, and I won't fulfill any perversions you might want, nor do I care to ask. Lame? We were just talking about racy prints. Do you have... does it have to do with work? Yes, I'm missing a skull. Well, I said my work. That's how it looks from where I'm standing, too. I'm serious. A companion of mine has been stolen. Take this seriously. Then you might want to ask around for Lothar, Master of the Bones. Word has it he's got quite a nice little library of skulls. I don't know where to find him, though, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell. He knows more about magic than most Burks ever dreamt, and I won't be the one to cross him. Now, get out. Don't take that tone of voice with me. Young man. How are all of these shopkeepers so rude? And yet they're still in business. Well,
I'm gone.
he's not in here. Oh, hey, I know you. I can't remember if I'm supposed to kill you or not. The air around the creature begins to radiate heat, and its scales take on a pale sheen. It gives you a hungry look and appears ready to strike. Suddenly, it releases a flurry of hisses and relaxes its stance a bit. Go, Grossuk no talk, told wait. Sebastian sent me. Give Grossuk information. He looks at you expectantly. What information? It's hard to read facial expressions on a reptile, but you are certain that Grossuk is rather annoyed with me. His tail begins to lash furiously, and the air grows warm again. I see. So this man is not a lizard, he's a cat. No question. Only Grossuk information. Give Grossuk information or die. Grossuk then take information from your body. Well, Sebastian sent me to kill you. Okay. I just thought I'd let you know. Ow! You crit me. How rude. You tell somebody that they were sent. Oh my god.
Learn some new tricks.
Wow. 8,000 experience for that guy? It's crazy. Also, ow. He hit me. That hurt. I have 4 skulls that I will trade for my friend. I probably don't need this anymore, but I'm going to keep it anyway because the game didn't get rid of it like it said it would for things that I wouldn't need anymore. So, by that logic, I will need it again. That's how that works, right?
Get your slave over here! Shoot for the price of one!
Oh, do I walk over this way? Lenny! I need to talk to you. Greetings. You'd best have a good reason for disturbing Lenny. I have some questions. I ain't no tout. If you got questions, go find one. You'd best push off before I have to bleed you. What if I told you Byron Pickett sent me? He stops smiling and examines you for a while. His eyes linger on your scars and he swallows slightly. After a moment, a frown settles on his face and he appears to be nervous. Pickett sent you? Why? He said you could answer some questions. What questions? I want to ask you about the papers you stole from Trist. He swallows hard and stares at you. You notice his muscles tense and he looks like he's ready to run. He puts one hand on his hip in a nonchalant manner, but you can tell he's wound tight as a spring. I don't know what you're talking about, Burke. You'd best shove off. You know what I'm talking about, Lenny. Byron had you steal some papers from Trist. I'm here to collect them. He swallows hard, and the corner of one eye starts to twitch. He glances at the scars that cover your body, then tries to meet your gaze, but cannot. Collect them. I destroyed the papers after I nicked them, just like Byron told me to. He finally meets your gaze. Then why are you so nervous, Lenny? I think you're lying. He stares at you for a moment, then just suddenly turns to run. Grab him before you can get away. Just as he tries to run, you leap forward and grab him by the arm. He struggles for a moment, but cannot match your strength. My massive strength of 9. Finally, he goes limp in your grasp. All right, I didn't destroy them. I'll give them to you. Just let me go. Hand them over. He sighs. I don't have them with me. He frowns. You frown at him and see fear grow on his face. I swear it. I don't have them. I put them in storage. Then let's go get them. We can't. They're in the warehouse and they're not open for business right now. Rumor has it there's some sort of management change going on, but I don't know if that's true. In any case, I can't get the papers. I'll look into this and get the papers myself then. Fine. I guess that Snake Pickett wins again. Actually, Trist wins this one, Lenny. What do you mean? I'm not working for Pickett. He stares at you in disbelief. You serious? I thought... But you said... He watches you closely for a moment and then laughs. You gave me the peel so I'd spill the chant to you. He shakes his head and looks at you with respect. Good job, Cutter. Let's go get the papers, Lenny. He shakes his head. We can't. Blah, blah, blah. Go to the warehouse and tell the clerk I'm here for a loan, and he'll give you Trist papers. If you then tell him I gave Pickett the laugh, he'll give you a bonus. What bonus? Evidence, Cutter. It'll take Pickett off the streets for a long, long time if you give it to the right person. If there's someone in the Harmonium you think you can trust, give it to them.
Updated my journal.
Teachings of Zerthamon, I have become stronger.
Well, I do know someone that I would trust, actually. Did you get any more spell? No, you didn't. I'm an idiot. I thought that this was somehow empty, even though it looks exactly like all of the other ones. All right. I'm gonna walk by and I'm gonna laugh at him. Heh heh heh. Don't worry, idiot. Your days are numbered. Just as soon as I finish this fetch quest.
How much for the child?
How much for the child?
All right.
Oh, no, I want to talk to this. Yeah. I'd like to claim something. I was told to tell you I gave Pickett the laugh. I certainly hope so. Oh, whatever that means. I'm just a big dumb rockhead. Here are your papers, sir. And here, thank you. What can I do for you? Nothing. Farewell. Farewell. What did I get? I got a loan document. Then what else did I get? Ooh, scroll of evidence. Right. That was it. I already knew that. Okay. Here's your document, ma'am. As soon as I can figure out where the door is. No, you have to give it to Darren. I can't talk to him. Shit. Well, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Well, 1,000 greetings do I bestow upon you, sir. You know, I take one look at you with my discerning eye, and I see a man in the market for some healing charms. Do you have any? Do I, Darren, have any charms? No, sir, I do not. However, don't let that fact discourage you. I have plenty of other items for sale. He points to the rear of the auction block where a group of people stand in chains. You sell slaves? No, sir. These are indentured servants, not slaves. For the most part, they are guilty of minor crimes. The proceeds from their sale go towards paying their debt to the city. After their term of servitude, they will be free citizens again. I mean, if the option is indentured, okay, so this might be a hot take. I don't feel like indentured servitude is generally that bad in like medieval times, obviously. Like, your options are like prison or indentured servitude, and like I feel like indentured servitude is generally better than prison. But I guess it depends. I think it would really depend on what kind of like person who bought you, because if you get bought by a dick, then prison's better. But maybe you get bought by a nice person, like a nice elderly couple that just needs somebody to take care of them, and then bam, easy. Whatever, I don't really care, because that is true. I don't really care. I don't concern myself with such thoughts. My task is to sell their contracts. Okay, well, that's very nice. I want to ask you about Trist. Very well, sir. What about Trist? I have proof that she is innocent of any crime. Very well. Show me this evidence. He holds out his hand to you. Give him the document. He opens the document and quickly scans its contents. After a moment, he sighs and folds the document and puts it inside his shirt. It seems the courts owe Lady Trist an apology, sir. From this moment, she is free, and I will make all the arrangements to have her status and property returned to her. Thank you, Darren.
Updated my journal.
No, thank you. It's a rare individual who will do what you have done. Excuse me, I must speak with Lady Trist. Farewell. Trist smiles at you warmly. You are my savior, Cutter. I will forever be in your debt. I was happy to help you, Trist. Thank you. You have saved me from a certain death. A slow, painful death. Please wait here. I shall return shortly. Alright. You see Trist approaching. She smiles and waves at you. Hello again. Thank you for waiting. She looks about for a moment, then removes a purse from the folds of her dress. With the documents you provided, the courts will restore my status and finances. This is not much, but it is a well-deserved reward for what you have done. She hands you a purse. Thank you. Sheesh. No, thank you.
I feel stronger.
No, thank you. Goddamn. Is Pedro here? Pedro, if you can hear me, like you're a ghost from beyond, is there any benefit to putting thief skills above 100 in this game? It's like I'm performing a seance. Pedro, if you can hear me from beyond the grave, please tell me. Give us a sign. A simple yes or no will suffice. Is there any point? Oh no, he's dead. I'll never know the answer to my question. Well, yeah, 100 it is until he's around for my next level up. Oh, I don't. I don't know what I was thinking. Also, nice.
That one looks good. How much? How much?
All right. Well, this is the only place I don't think I've gone yet. Oh, maybe there's more walking I can do down here. Never mind, before we make the entire world hate me. Oh, wait. Oh, his stuff is here. I didn't realize that his stuff got dropped. Well, how convenient for me. Oh, Sebastian, I took care of your thing. Even though I'm pretty sure you're a dick. Have you completed your quest? Yes, and I've come for what is due to me. One moment, please. Sebastian reaches into his robe and removes a small crystal ball. He gazes into it for a moment before returning his attention to you. I cannot thank you enough, Cutter. I shall live up to my part of the bargain. Are you ready? Yes, it is done. Cutter, once again, I thank you. Ooh, he increased my charisma. Thank you.
Updated my journal.
Did he, like, get rid of my scars? I killed the Abishai. As per our agreement, he helped me with my scars. Cool. Does my character model look any different? No. Huh. Cool. I still don't know what this does. Oh. And apparently now I do. I don't know why I know what that does suddenly. Well. I have a +2 to charisma now. How nice is that? Oh. I can go in here. A pawn shop. Ooh, there's something locked in the middle. I want to know, but they're gonna hate me. This rotund woman, complete with shrewish eyes and a nasal voice, brays out, "Oh, I don't have to do a voice. She's gonna sound just like me. Now what have we here? A customer? Do you mind I spy a customer?" The diminutive man replies, "Of course your eyes spy a customer. They see a customer all the time. Customers on the streets? We have no customers. We'll never have customers. It is useless and forlorn to hope for." He pauses, his eyes alight on you. "Pika, we have a customer." "That's what I've been saying to you." She lowers her voice and turns to you. "What can we do for you?" Well... Shards of Fate. One... Their fists? Cool. Breaks after first use. Cockroach charm. A glass eye. Oh. Crimson sphere. Oh, not usable by Ignis. Spoilers! Well, now I know that he's a companion. Thanks, game. Why would you even... Damn. Oh, when you get spoiled by your own video game. Okay, can you identify things? You can. Thank you. I'm so happy. Yay. Only sometimes. He is a companion if you play evil, so you should... Why do you say it like that? Also, Pedro, where were you when we were trying to seance you earlier? Do you know if there's any point to having over 100 in a thief skill? Bone dagger. Brimstone hammer. We don't have any fighters. Usable by fighters. Severed arm. Mine? Is this my severed arm? I think it's just like in BG, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I read that people said for BG that there was no point in it being over 100, but then why let you do it? Well, I kind of want to keep my own arm. Some armors reduce your thieving skills, for example. Oh, yeah, that would make sense. Bone dagger. They won't buy my severed arm. This is racial profiling. Well, I want this to be my crushing weapon. That doesn't look like an arm. I have 10,000 money. Where did I get all this money from? Okay, so I have crushing damage, piercing damage. Okay, so I don't need this scalpel anymore. I need the pry bar, but probably for like actual stuff. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Probably don't need that anymore, but as soon as I say that, I'm gonna need it for something. Lord knows that's how it is. Okay. Our customer. Okay. Do you actually have anything of No, I looked through this already. You don't. Why doesn't anybody have anything of interest to buy? No buy, only sell. Okay, so as fun as that was, that didn't get me anywhere story-wise. Although I did finally find a place to sell my items that I've been holding on to forever. Because I never had anywhere to sell them. Poor quality stiletto. Oh, okay. New place to go. I don't want to go there. Clerk's Ward? Do I want to go here? Yes, I haven't been here before. Heal 13? When did I get so? Oh, wait. Also, don't forget to go loot Farod. Well, I don't know about that yet. Right? Will the game send me back there? I want to go, oh shit. Where is it this place? Ah, stop. You do, the shades killed him in a cutscene. Yeah, but my character doesn't know that. I know that. But my character doesn't know that.
I'm gone.
Hello. Don't forget to talk to that wizard too. I already killed him. Please don't cry. I can't stop crying. I think about how everybody thinks how evil I am, and it makes me sad. I have some questions. I know who this person is. And it said if you have someone in the Harmonium that you trust, you should give these documents to them. Oh, is it because he's retired? But he's like the person in the Harmonium that I really know and that I trust.
Done.
Oh, shit. Alright, well. Get away from me! I'm walking here. Oh my god, they're starting to gather in mobs. Oh, thank god it's gonna ask me if where I want to go every time. That's so nice. Thank you. Now I don't have to remember. Alright, I guess I'm going to go and loot Farad.
All right.
That I totally know is dead, story-wise. And it's not weird that I'm going back here to do that. At this current juncture. Nobody in game would tell you. Like, it never, you know, I go to finish the quest and Anna's like, okay, let's go and return to my father, and then you go back and he's dead. And then she's like, oh no,
right.
I must avenge my father's murderers, and I must follow you to the ends of the earth, or whatever. That ever happens? Oh wait, no, he's not there. He's here.
I'm gone. I'm gone.
Oh, he did. I'll take that. Do you have anything you want to say about this, Anna?
Aye. What is it you want then?
Anna, do you know how Farad died? She shakes her head. I don't know. No one was with half a mind would. Farad got a long shadow, he does. Yeah, cross him and you end up getting the stick. You will. You don't have to accompany anymore, Anna. If you need to stay with the buried village, No. I don't need to be in the village, and I was wondering what I'd do if Farad got penned in the dead book. Oh well, he's probably mounting someone's wall in the hells, he is. But he's your father, don't you? Not my real father, he isn't. He was greedy, and he was stupid, and he was selfish, and he was weak, and now he's dead, and that's all. Alright, let's move on from that trauma. And just be on our way. We got a steak. Don't leave yet. Oh my god, what?
I'm gone.
What am I missing now? Alright, I'm going back. Explore his place. Okay.
Done.
What am I missing? Okay. Oh. As you approach, the archway begins to shimmer faintly. You notice that Farad's crutch emits a similar glow. In we go! Farad's vault. Ooh! Found Farad's vault. It smells in there.
All right.
The lantern sheds a soft yellow radiance. It doesn't flicker like a torch or a candle. Oh, I can't go that way. I have to go this way. Chromatic orb, which I already have. I don't have a magic missile, I don't think. I have the wand of magic missile. Succeeds. Money. Swarm curse. I wish I could, like, assign it to people like in Baldur's Gate 3. It'd make my life so much easier. Copy spell. He's a spell kind of guy. Oh, why are we paused? What happened? Did I pause? I don't remember. Man, he's got a lot of shit down here. Ooh, a segmented earring, and my inventory is full. Blah, 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 blah. What don't I need? What don't I need? Here, you can have this. I cannot believe that my skeleton is gone. Just so rude. I needed that skeleton. Oh, Jesus, stop. Stop scaring the daylight out of me. The simple bronze sphere is about a foot across, and it is surprisingly light, as if hollow inside. Although its basic appearance is normal enough, this sphere somehow manages to offend the rest of your senses. The texture of the sphere, just the feel of it, gives you the impression it's an egg that's just about ready to open. Just touching it makes your skin crawl. To make matters worse, the faint smell of rotten custard emanates from it. It makes your eyes water. I'm gonna use it, but first I'm gonna save. Just in case it's, I don't know, something dumb. This sphere, this simple bronze sphere is about a foot across, blah, blah, blah. Put this, oh, okay, can't do anything with it. I put the sphere away. Not for now. Ooh, a glass eye. I wonder if it's the same as, oh, is it the same as the other one? Where it's like, this is a poor replacement for blah, 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 and it's like actually just a shitty eye. Is there somewhere else that I can walk, or is that it? Oh wait, this, oh yeah, okay, never mind. There's more. Maybe. Or maybe it's just a wall. It might just be a wall. I think it's just a wall. Okay, I think I explored everything. I didn't really get anything of note or value. Did I come over here? I don't think I did, actually. I think I got distracted and went this way first. I didn't come. No, I did, because that was the chromatic orb where I was like, do I have chromatic orb? But it didn't come over here. Jeez. How do I go back? How do I get out of here? Can't remember how I got in. Thus can't remember how I get out. Oh, portal back to... Where is it? It's like over here. I don't see no portal. Down here? Yes. Okay. Thank you for being so kind as to put that on the map, because I wouldn't have ever found my way out again. I would have been lost forever. As is a custom for me. I have to find a harmonium, is it? Was it not Ebe? Eb, whatever the fuck its name was? It's not even in my quest log. That's weird. Weird. Must be my low intelligence again. Wait. That's actually is that why my character, even when I've just been explained what or who something is, I'm asking, like, constantly asking, like, somebody just explains to me what the collectors are, and then every time I walk up to a collector, I'm like, what are the collectors? Is that just the dialogue options? Or is that because my intelligence is so low, my character doesn't remember? Because that would be hilarious.
All right.
I have to look at my spell book. See if I've not cast any spells today. Then I don't need to sleep. We venture forth. If I could figure out how to get out of here. Oh. It's here, I just couldn't see the thing. Clerk's word? Travel. Okay.
I'm gone.
He's gone. Gone. Namel. Oh, I recognize your name from something. This tall, slender woman sipping wine from a small ceramic cup appears to be looking for something. Her facial features are elegantly exotic, and the woman's ears, though partially covered by her long hair, can be seen to come to sharp points. Greetings. The woman turns to face you, violet eyes flashing like flawless chips of amethyst. Her speech is as music. You can hear faint musical tinkling 100 tiny crystal bells as she speaks. Each word lingers in your ears as if they were unwilling to relinquish the exquisite sound. Namel turned to face the scared, dour stranger. She asked what he wished to hear, what he wished of her. Oh. Oh, are you a water nymph? You're Namel? I was told you know the command word for this decanter. The woman makes no move to touch or examine the decanter, but only speaks. Namel took it from the stranger, turning it in her hands. Had she seen its like before, she thought? Perhaps. Yes. She remembered now. She returned the decanter, whispering into his ear as she did so.
Updated my journal.
You realize you know the word now. Nil denosage. Though you're certain the woman never whispered to you, but merely said she did. She blinks at you. Would the stranger leave her now, satisfied with what she had told him? Not just yet. Are you looking for someone? Where could she be? Namel wondered. Her companion, Alwyn. It was supposed to have met her here days ago. The woman sighs miserably. The air surrounding her grows chill with her sadness. How long must she search this vast foreign city before she finds her dearest friend? I could help you find your friend. What does she look like? Namel clasps her hands together and bows her head to you. She would be so pleased to hear news of her friend. She told the kind stranger what Elwyn looked like, so that he would know her should he come across her. An image forms in your mind, a woman who resembles Namel, but with golden eyes and hair of fiery crimson. I'll return if I find her.
Updated my journal.
Cool. Why is there a barkeep outside? And why is there a harlot inside? Welcome to my cafe, good sir. What might I serve you? Some wine, perhaps? No wine. Humblest apologies, but I make it a policy to serve drinks and nothing more. You shall have to look elsewhere for conversation, I'm afraid. Are you sure? No, okay.
All right.
Interesting. Okay. Calling all the women harlots is just so rude.
I'm gone.
Do you have a name? Boot shiner. Well, I don't need my boot shine. I don't even think I'm wearing any.
All right.
There's a shadow here? Ah! Yeah, well, I'm not alone this time, dick. So... What did I didn't even get to read what this said. It was, oh, advocate. So it was advocate. This man is dressed in soft blue robes covered with intricate designs. Despite their opulence, however, the robes look wrinkled and worn. You place the man's age somewhere between middle age and early 60s. Well, I don't think 50s was middle age. I mean, no, I guess this isn't like realistic medieval. This is fantasy medieval where humans still live to be like 80, 100 years old. The worry lines make an exact determination difficult. As you enter, the man turns slowly towards you, and as he does, you suddenly are struck with the terrible sense that you know this man, or did at one time. Greetings. The man squints as if trying to place you. Yes, is there something I can help you with? Who are you?
My journal.
I am Enos. He studies you and frowns. Were you looking for me? I don't know. What is this place? I am an advocate. These are my offices. Do you seek counsel? If not, perhaps you would best test your curiosity elsewhere. An advocate? What's that?
Updated my journal.
An advocate provides counsel, helps others navigate the labyrinths of Sigel's legal system, arranges legacies for citizens to ensure that their property is divided as they choose upon death, defends those in Sigel's courts who have been wrongly accused. Did you need help in any of these areas? Legacies? They are contracts that are delivered at the death of the client. They provide specifics on how a person's possessions are to be divided among the event of their demise. I have also heard them called wills. I see. Perhaps there's something else you can help me with. Do I have a will? Very well. What is it I can help you with? Excuse me for asking, but are you all right? You must excuse me. As of late, I have been beset by troubles. I'm afraid it has been rather trying time these past few years. Anything I could help with? No. There's little that can be done. Nevertheless, I appreciate your offer. Thank you. Perhaps talking about your troubles will ease your mind. I do not wish to burden you. I lost my daughter not long ago. There was also the fire, but that is another matter. Tell me about your daughter. Yes. My daughter, Dianara, passed away some time ago. Oh. Tell me about her. What was she like? Dianara? She was young. She had recently joined the Society of Sensation, the Sensates, not an unpleasant faction, but she had also met someone there. She followed him on a journey, and there she died. Her bod... I was not even able to recover her body. Oh my god. Okay. You say she was a sensate?
Updated my journal.
Yes. She had joined them because of her gift and the fact that there was so much about the multiverse she wanted to experience. The sensates lend themselves readily to be sharing of experience and sensation.
Updated
Gift?
my journal.
Oh yes, my daughter had the blood of an oracle running in her veins, but it was an unreliable talent. At times she could predict events before they took place. She had sight. She could see through time itself, to sift through the threads of fate. Let's see. Do you know anything about this man she traveled with? Little. I barely even knew of his existence until she had departed. By then it was too late to have known him. Do you know where she went on this journey? She never said. I'm not certain she was capable of saying where they had gone. It must have been a terrible place. How did she die? I do not know. Her body was never recovered, and that is perhaps the most maddening part of this misery. I will never know what possessed her to run off like that, what happened to her, nor where her body lies now. I see. Tell me about this fire. There is nothing much to say in the matter. It was a strange, localized fire. I cannot imagine what would have been precious in the documents that were burned, but someone must have wanted them destroyed. Can you tell me what was burned? A number of old legacies were burned, and some mementos and other keepsakes of value only to me. Legacies? Who are you again? I guess now is the time where I mentioned that I knew her. I saw a woman by that name interred in the mortuary memorial hall. She had become a ghost and claimed she knew me. What? What did you just say? Her spirit now resides in the memorial hall. I spoke with her for a time, and she seems to be in distress. You spoke to her? What distresses her? I mean, I'm always down for brutal honesty. Me, apparently. She said that she loved me and that I had loved her, and that I had forsaken her. I see. Perhaps... Are you the one that she left Sigil with? The one who led her on the journey that killed her? I'm not certain. I think I may be that man, but I've forgotten much. You? You are the one... And you say you've forgotten? You have forgotten, but the incident was not so long ago. How can that be? I have a strange condition. I lose myself for a time. Anything you can tell me about myself or your daughter would be invaluable. Countless liars have I known in my tenure in this city. You do not strike me as one of them, at least on this matter. If you truly do not remember, then whatever befell you and my daughter on your journey must have left deep scars. I am inclined to agree. Then I ask your word on this. If your memory returns and you discover what has happened to my daughter, return to me so that my mind may at least be at rest in this matter. I will do that. Very well, then. Now leave. I wish to be alone with my thoughts. Farewell, then. There was a fire,
All right.
A fire, you say? Well, I have to go down there, but first I'm going to explore up here first. Ooh. What's in here? Phenom the Linguist. This short, scholarly man, a tight, nervous frown on his face, looks you up and down. Greetings, I'm Phenom. I must beg your pardon, sir, but I care little for guests, invited or otherwise. So unless you have business with me, I would ask you leave. I have a few questions. I would have you know that I am a scholar and a linguist. While I shall happily entertain any questions regarding my field of study, language and the like, I can be of no help to you in other matters. Okay.
I'm gone.
I must need to talk to him later. So, remember, Phineas the Linguist. Or something in the future, probably. Ooh. What is this? Oh. 'Tis a tent.
Done.
Lazy scribe. Why are you here? Okay, farewell then. I can't leave. I'm trying
All
to
right.
leave your house, sir, I swear. Oh, Alwyn. You're just across the street from your friend. This tall, slender woman occasionally looks up from her cup of wine to scan the surrounding patrons and passerby. Her facial features are elegantly exotic and her eyes, a brilliant golden color, catch the light sparkling as she looks about. Greetings. She regards you carefully for a moment before replying. She speaks slowly and carefully, avoiding direct eye contact with you. I, Alwyn, return your greetings. Alwyn, your friend Namel is looking for you.
My journal.
She begins to smile, but then covers her mouth with her hand and looks down at her drink. I, Alwyn, am most pleased to hear of Namel. Might I, Alwyn, persuade you to tell her of this place? Yes, I'll do that for you.
My journal.
She looks at you directly, and for just a brief moments, before she casts her eyes back down at her drink, your senses are awash with a warm, comfortable feeling, pure happiness. I, Alwyn, thank you. It's my pleasure. May I ask you about her, though? She nods slowly. The way she speaks and what her words do. How? I, Alwyn, can only say that we came from another place, another world. We are not like the people here, whose words, thoughts, very feelings even affect nothing directly. I, Alwyn, have great care so as to not affect those around me too greatly. Namel, she is new here and cannot do so. It is something she must learn, should she choose to remain here much longer. Why? There are many reasons. I, Alwyn, feel it is not right to impose reality upon those without the ability to impose their own reality upon me. Alwyn. Aylwyn? It's gotta be Aylwyn, not Alwyn. Because there's like not an A in between the L and the W. It's Aylwyn. Is there anything you cannot do by simply speaking of it? She frowns. A strange, unpleasant feeling rises in the pit of your stomach. Please, I, Aylwyn, would speak of it no more. Just one other question. He would speak of it no more to Aylwyn, and thus would no longer force her to speak in such a way to him. You find yourself unable to voice another question, your words catch in your throat as you try to ask. Wow. I wish I had that superpower, goddamn. Okay, bye. Just imagine you could just... Somebody comes up to you and you're like, no, I don't want to answer any more questions. So you suddenly don't have any more questions and you wish to leave. And it just works. I found Aylwin. She was looking for you too.
Updated my journal.
Mel's lips form a perfect smile, and infectious happiness radiates from her, clinging to you like sweet-smelling warmth. Namel was overjoyed to hear of her friend. Was Aylwin close by? She sat in another cafe east from here, across this part of the ward. Namel thanked the man for his wondrous news. Soon she would go to visit her oldest friend, Aylwin. Now, though, she would reward the stranger. No, that's all right. I need no reward. Namel touches his index finger to her lips, making a faint hushing sound. Oh, her, not mine. She would draw the stranger close, laying her hand upon his chest and kissing the pale leathery skin of his cheek. Life would flow into him, invigorating him. This, then, was to be his reward. Wait. As you wait, there is a light... Oh, I didn't say wait. I just waited. I understand. As you wait, there is a light tingling sensation upon your cheek and chest. The feeling spreads through the whole of your body, and you begin to feel stronger, more animated. My thanks, Namel. Farewell.
Learn some new tricks.
Apparently, Anna leveled up from watching the nymph kiss me. Oh, thank you. I will indeed drink. Do I sound like I need it? All right. Are we still... Hey, kids. We're still chaotic neutral. We haven't made our way to chaotic evil yet. Hello, hello. Oh, I didn't read what this said.
I'm gone.
It's an art museum. Dark birds of acanthus. Several shards of black crystal or ice swirl within. You slept like 19 hours today? Well, then you obviously needed it. Hopefully you feel very rested and not just more exhausted, as you can sometimes do with resting that long. How's your wrist, by the way? Is it healing nicely? Several shards of black crystal or ice swirl within the freezing wind that this ornate pedestal gives forth. Each shard looks razor sharp. Touching or grabbing one could be perilous. A placard on the pedestal reads, "Dark birds of acanthus." I do feel rested, but unfortunately I got my therapy in the morning tomorrow, so I don't know about that. Wrist is getting better. Good. You don't touch the art displays. This painting depicts a shore scene with a wide reddish-orange sun setting behind a peninsula of large jetty. The scene, though unoriginal, is breathtaking. The play of the fading daylight across the water is captured perfectly, but staring at the painted sun for any length of time makes your eyes ache. A placard reads, "Surface of Thalassia." I bet you there's one painting in here you do have to touch. Ooh, like maybe that one that looks like code. The painting shows an enormous granite keep, a hideous thing, long and low, covered in leering gargoyles. Suspended in what looks to be a night sky, a cloud of crimson and violet vapor whirls in the background along the right side of the painting. A placard reads simply, "The library." I'm not in dialogue mode, video game. The hundreds of chips of translucent green glass which make up the stained glass window don't appear to be held together by anything, but rather remain free-floating and mysteriously suspended within the iron frame's boundaries. The shards ripple and move in slow waves, causing bizarre patterns to fluctuate across the window's surface as various portions of it refract the Galleria's light in different directions. A small placard beside the window reads, Arcadian stained glass window. Don't touch the artwork. The painting is a dark cityscape, a faraway view of some giant center of civilization being burned to the ground. The streets of the place are empty, however, absent of soldiers, refugees, and even corpses. A placard reads, The Folly of Udo. This looks to be a subterranean landscape, a massive cavern interior filled with colorful, faintly luminescent gigantic fungi. A placard reads, Veil beneath Klangeden. This portrait is of a grotesque, hooked-nosed crone. This hag's flesh is a sickly gray-blue color. Her eyes glow red like the embers of a dying fire. Her chin long and sharp juts forward in an extreme underbite. 2 yellowed canines protrude upward from her lower jaw just like small tusks. The smile upon her withered purplish lips speaks of a horrible secret. A placard reads, Grey Hag of Oinos. As you begin to turn away from the painting, something in it draws your attention. A strange tingling sensation arises in the back of your mind, a memory beginning to surface. You recall standing confused in a maze of briars. The hideous crone from the painting is before you, cackling wildly. You grit your teeth in frustration, wondering why she's laughing at you. My poor, dear, lovely man-thing. Why, that was your first wish. She points a single bony clawed finger at your forehead. Your temple begins to throb painfully, and you can remember nothing more. A memory. The statue looks like it is about to make some angry proclamation. The sculptor has captured the essence of fury magnificently. The chiseled tension lines around the neck and forehead alone must have taken many long months to get correct. Fine cracks run over the entire statue, and there is a plaque attached to its base. Examine the cracks. You carefully examine the cracks that run like a network of fine black veins along the statue's surface. At one point, near the inner arm, is a section where an entire splinter of stone looks ready to come off. Let's not destroy priceless artwork. The plaque reads, This statue is believed to be the final fate of the Ethersarian sorcerer Gangroigedon. Attacked by a conclave of rival sorcerers at the height of his dream madness, he was imprisoned with a spell and turned his flesh into stone. Gangroidon is said to have been frozen with a final awful curse still upon his lips, a curse so terrible that it was never meant to be spoken by the lips of a living man. Okay. I mean, I'm quick saving and I have to see what happens. But I feel like something bad is going to happen. You reach for the section of the forearm where the cracks have formed, grip it firmly, and yank to no avail. You'll need a hammer to break this bone and a small one. The limited space between the statue's arm and body means a large one suitable for combat, for instance, won't work. Did I get rid of the hammer again right before I needed it? Or do I need a tiny hammer? Note to self, tiny hammer. Remember, I need one of those. Good. I shall not have your attention divided any longer. How else am I supposed to beat this game? The surface of this painting, a wild collage of vivid colors, ripples constantly, as if it were the surface of a pond during a night rain. The placard reads, Wave Motion Study number 7. Fascinating. Okay. I didn't get to play Malphite today. Oh, why not? Was it banned, or did you just not get top lane? Assuming that you are playing in the top lane. The painting shows what looks to be an infinitely long stream of bilious green gas stretching off into darkness. The horizon of a blasted rocky plain can be seen in the lower right-hand corner of the painting. One is given the impression that the head of the green cloud is rearing to strike down upon it. Okay, the placard reads, "The Hazazoth at the consumption of banned and bad matchups." Also, really, Beamdog, you couldn't have... I am not even going to attempt to say that. Come on. Come on, Beamdog. Like, come on. Some quality assurance couldn't have caught that even a little. This painting, an abstract work of greens and purples, rides and ripples as it's watched. Closer examination reveals that the actual painted image is changing rather than the canvas itself. A placard states, "Moments glance from the walls of Makima? Why does it keep wanting me to touch the paintings?" An animated bloody iron chain coiling and uncoiling upon itself. The chain itself seems to bend and weave like the spine of a snake. A small placard reads, "A chitin's animated chain from jangling hitter." Makima? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. A massive horn of beaten lead wound with brazen chains. The horn is horribly mangled as if some tremendous force had crushed it. Jagged blades protrude along its length, almost as if it were meant to be used as a club by some gigantic creature, as well as a battle horn. A placard mounted beneath the horn reads, "Cleansing Horn of Acheron." Why am I being a nuisance in a public setting? A painting of tall black cliffs against a blood-red sky. There looks to be figures hiding amongst the crags of the cliffs, but whenever you squint at the painting to try and make them out, the images fade into nothing. A placard reads, "Outland Raiders." A brilliant ruby statue stands on its pedestal, carved into the image of a winged humanoid. The figure is either demonic or angelic in nature, but it is difficult to tell which because it refracts the light in the gallery strangely. There's no placard indicating what exactly the statue is. But it is made out of rubies, which seems expensive.
Right. We need to set up camp now.
Why are you fatigued?
I must rest.
What? I have never gotten fatigue in this game. A set of 4 paintings which portray be a menace. I mean, I am really curious what these things do, so I'll probably quick save in the event that I get kicked out of the gallery and do everything, but I just wanted to read what they all said first. A set of 4 paintings which portray an empty beach in the dead of night. The air around the painting smells faintly of brine, and the painted sea seems to ebb and flow across the darkened shore. A placard reads, "Karasutharan Shoreline." Is that the name of the Elven city? No. The Elven city started with an S, right? It feels familiar because it's one of those long words that I feel like I struggle with. Was that the name of that Elven city? No, they weren't on a beach. They were in the middle of the forest, right? But Karasuthran sounds familiar. I feel like I heard it in Baldur's Gate. Sold an SLR. Yeah. Soldan SLR, Karasuthran, they're the same word essentially, right? I mean, you can see where I made the connection, can't you? said that I thought that it started with an S. Give me a break. So at least I was correct. It does start with an S. Anyway. No, I thought I was thinking it was sold in SLR, and I was like, oh yeah, totally. And those are the same words. I'm just an idiot. You don't have to come up with excuses for me. Sniff at the painting. The surface of the painting smells strongly of sea air. Touch the painting. You place your hand on the painting, not knowing quite what to expect, but it is merely the texture of painted canvas and you feel beneath your fingertips. No, you don't have to. I am fully aware that I'm a moron with bad memory, especially when it comes to names and places. So, am I about to get in trouble for touching stuff? Touch the painting. There's nothing. What? Touch the glass. You reach out to touch the undulating glass shards, but find you cannot do so. Your hand stops just short of the surface. Punch the glass. You succeed only in bruising your knuckles. The glass may as well be sheet iron. Don't mind me, just punching glass. Can you guys get out of my way so I can... I need a tiny hammer for that statue, apparently. You place your palm against the canvas. You cannot feel the rippling themselves, though a cool, tingling sensation passes through your hand at first contact. I wonder how Mort is doing. I'm sure he's fine. You place your hand upon the painting. As you had suspected, it is not that the canvas is physically moving, but that the painted image itself is moving. The chain is slightly warm to the touch as if it were alive. You notice that various barbs, tiny hooks, needles, and other small sharp bits are welded along the chain's length. Okay, I touched every single thing in this building and nothing happened. Oh, I didn't blow into the horn. Try as you might, you can get no sound to issue from the massive horn. Your lips come away from the mouthpiece tasting of blood, smoke, and metal. Well, I'm disappointed. My day is ruined, and I didn't even get reprimanded. Before you was a well-dressed elderly woman in a gown of peach-colored and golden thread. She stands quietly, her hands holded. Probably. I mean, it depends on if they're alive or not. If they're alive, I'll leave them alone. Greetings, sir. I'm Ivana. Welcome to my galleria. Feel free to look about, spending as much time as you please. Should you have questions regarding any of the pieces, do not hesitate to ask me of them. I have some questions. One moment, sir. Your voice. It is heavy with age and wounds. Would you be so kind as to permit me to touch your face? Sure. Ivana smiles, gently running her old hands over the skin of your face. She frowns, looking slightly puzzled. So many scars. Sebastian said that he took care of those. My charisma went up and everything. Both old and new. They seem to... She touches the side of your throat, flushes, then pulls away. Pardon me, sir. I was curious to see how far they went. I mean, why is it only the old ladies that want to touch me? Because I could have made a joke of, I mean, you can see how far down they go. But she's like 80 and probably blind. It's fine, and they're everywhere. My whole body is scarred. She nods. I had some questions. I had a question about one of the pieces. The Arcadian stained glass window. A stained glass window found hovering on the third layer of Arcadia 32 years ago, foretelling a scene that had yet to occur. When the event came to pass, the images faded to leave what you saw behind. It is believed to have captured both the light and darkness from the orb of night and day on Arcadia, then slowly released it, creating a brief but slow fade of dawning and dusk, and only within the glass itself. Orb of night and day, Arcadia. Arcadia is a plane of peaceful order, also known as the land of perfect good. The orb of night and day is a sphere set at the top of Arcadia's highest peak. Each half emits either light or darkness. The turning of the orb gives Arcadia its night and day. Wow. Cool. The battle horn of Acheron. The cleansing horn, a horn of beaten lead metal drawn directly from the cube of Acheron. It is said that the cleansing horn... Sorry, hold on. No. Okay. Sorry, I stupidly touched my pop filter, and then I was like, fuck, I have to touch it and move it again. I do this every time. I can't just ever leave it alone. It's perfectly fine the way that it is, and then I touch it, and then... Actually, there is something that I wanted to do, so hold on. I think it would be easier if my pop filter was moved slightly up my mic arm, like here. There, yeah. All right, me. Ah, that hurts. What if we want to hear the pops? I really don't think you do. Also, I don't really know how much a pop filter, like, I don't really know if it does, but that is very much better. So, because what was happening is the pop filter was like kind of as far down my mic arm as it could go. So it was like, because my Quadcast has the like shock absorber thingy in it, or like around it, I mean, the pop filter was like brushing against it because it was about as far out as it could go without like elongating the little whatever this thing is. I don't know if you can hear that. This thing, it's like bendable metal, and I just could never get the pop filter to like good. I don't know. I was trying to do an ASMR thing, but my mic settings are really good, and you can most of the time not hear anything that isn't me just talking. But yeah, so I decided I'm gonna move up the little clasp so it's a little farther, so that the bendy arm has more room, and thus I can put ASMR. I've considered trying to do some ASMR, but like, I don't know. I'm really bad at coming up with things to talk about. But I've always considered like reading stories. If I could learn how to read. You need it? I've always like, I don't think I could ever do like freeform ASMR where I just kind of talk for an hour. I think it would have to be something I would write a script for, or I would have to like read stories from somewhere else. I've definitely thought about doing that. I've been like the biggest ASMR consumer the past few months, always considered it cringe, but then something in me switched and now I listen to it daily. Yeah, I wouldn't ever really do like anything like, I don't think I would do like licking or any like odd, not odd, I won't say odd noises because I don't think it's odd, but like I don't think I would ever do that. But I guess like my ASMR would be more like kind of like what Vox Akima, if you know who he is, his ASMR, where it's like telling a story where it's like role play ASMR. I feel like I could do that if I wrote a script out ahead of time. I don't know how much I could do freeform, and I probably wouldn't, it wouldn't be ever be a live thing. I think it would have to be something that I edited. Oh, I do too. I loved his NSFW ASMRs. I'm so sad that they ended up getting removed, but I feel like I could do Something like that. I never said this. I'll never tell a soul, Pedro. Don't worry about it. Yeah, like he would do sexy ASMR. Where it's like there's kind of two different types of ASMR. Where there's like action ASMR, where like it's the kind that you're probably thinking of, Anze, where you know, people like lick and rub on the ears and like make like noises. But then there's also like more role play ASMR where, and this is the kind that we're talking about, where as an example, this is what Vox would do. He would have like a prompt that he would role play for 2 hours, and it was essentially just him talking, and then every once in a while there would be like noises involved. But like it would be a prompt, like he did, you know, a librarian ASMR where he would just role play as the audience member or whoever the listener was a college student and he was a librarian, and it would always end up in risque sex scenes. And that's like a super common form of ASMR as well, where it's like just essentially like reading a script or role playing with sometimes added sound effects like you would hear in porn, you know, slapping, squelching kind of sounds. But not everybody does that either. But usually it's like, and he also had some wholesome ASMRs too. He would like, he would go on like dates. You love it here. I'm glad that you do. Yeah, I loved Vox's ASMR. I listened to Vox, and I listened to shit, hold on. I have to go look up what his name is. Because he almost got me to sub to a Patreon. I haven't done it yet, but there was an under the desk scene with that super hot blue, like white haired guy from Genshin Impact that has the weird name. I mean, they all have weird names, but I can't remember what it is. And it all, because under the desk stuff, oh, that gets me, dude. That's one of, I love, like, I love like partially public sex like that. That's fun. It's like one of my favorite, like, kind of fantasy things is, you know, girl gets stuck under desk because she's in boss's office or teacher's office when she's not supposed to be. What was, and then he has to try to carry on a conversation while she's going down on him. I love that. What was his name? Shit. I subbed to so many people. I can never. Do I think it would be easier to go through my subscriptions to see if I could find him? Will I recognize him? Okay, hold on. Let me try one more time. Let's see. Explains. I have to go through this very slowly because I am absolutely going to miss it if I don't read. And I wish I could have the game up so that you guys could listen to something while I look up this ASMR person's name. It might be easier to just try to Google it. Okay, hold on. Or let's see. What was something super hot generic that he did? Like, not vampire boyfriend ASMR. Is it a Zero? Yeah. Yeah. A Zero. Oh, careful. Okay, I think I still have I think I still have it muted, but just in case. New YouTube content? I'm sorry. I was looking for it. That's the kind of ASMR that we're talking about. Yeah, Azeru. Azeru does is who I was thinking of. He does stuff like that, but it's like safe for work on the YouTube, and then the spicy stuff goes on to Patreon. And this ASMR, it almost got me. I'm usually not I'm not a big Patreon person because I'm one of those people where I worry that if I do one Patreon, I'm gonna sub to everybody's Patreon, and it's just never gonna stop. You're welcome. It's also, I love it because it's got the funny, I won't spoil it for you, but it has got the funniest transition because, like I said, it is completely safe for work on the YouTube because that's what Vox got hit with like, they don't want you to do sexual ASMRs on YouTube. So like the ASMRs that are on his YouTube are like there's no actual graphic content going on. But if you go to his Patreon, I bet there is. And it's funny because, you know, obviously when it gets to the end of the video when things are about to spice up, he's like, hey, go subscribe to my Patreon for the rest of this ASMR. And the ending of it is the funniest transition because he's like talking in character and it starts the sentence and then it ends with go here is my blah blah. I think well, of course there's tons of female ASMR. I bet you Petra could send you to some. I obviously, as a mostly straight female, only know of the male ones, but I'm very I mean, I subscribe to, I've never listened, so I can't. Hold on, let me go onto my Twitch or onto my Twitter, I mean. And there's probably no chance that I can find her now, but if I remember to, I will put it in the subscriber only chat. On my Twitter, there is somebody who puts NSFW like role play ASMR on like Reddit and on I think Patreon or Fansly or whatever. And I see it all the time. And she's female. There's tons of female like content creators that do both safe for work and NSFW stuff like that. So the next time that I see it on my timeline, because of course I can't find it now because I follow 1,000 people. But the next time that I find it, or the next time that I see it, I will for sure send it your way in the Discord. Yeah, like I said, I'm one of those people where I try not to nickel and dime too much, and it's why I don't like sub to many people on Twitch. It's why because I don't really have a lot of time to enjoy that kind of content. So it would be one of those things where it's like a streaming service where I know I'm gonna end up like just being subbed to them for a year and forget. Which, like, you know, they put in the content, they deserve the work, obviously, and they deserve the money, and I wish that I had the funds to, you know, support a lot of content creators. But instead, only one person gets all of my money, and that's Kit. Speaking of, as she messages me in the middle of my stream, knowing that I'll stop and check it. But yeah, all my money goes to Kit so that I can get new emotes and stuff. The cleansing horn, a horn of beaten lead, metal drawn directly from the cube of Acheron. It is said that the cleansing horn had last sounded where the companies of the Jackal and the Gouged Eye clans met for their battle at the Disputed Lands. Legends tell us that this horn's power was used near the battle's end to draw the floating cubes together, crushing the routing company of the Jackal before it could escape. Cubes? Acheron? Acheron is a plane of harshly enforced order where conformity is more important than good. It is composed of gigantic metallic cubes which float through the endless void. Many cubes are large enough that cities or entire kingdoms have been built upon their faces. The dark birds of Acanthus.
Updated my journal.
All of them are chipped from the great magical sheet of the black infinite ice that rests in the black belly of the plain of Acanthus. I only spend money on art done by my Oshi too, but other forms are still fair game. Oh, who's your Oshi? Is it Bebe? Or is it somebody else? I must know who your Oshi is. It is said that the sheet of ice is the final destination of the river Styx, and that the recollections of all that have plunged into the Styx is... Oshi is like basically your stan, or like your... who you support the most. It's like it's a weeb term, essentially. But that's like when somebody says, oh yeah, this streamer is my Oshi, it basically means that they're their favorite and they'll support them in everything that they do. Like Vox would be, I think, Vox and Silverveil would like be my Oshis, because I love everything that they put out and I would support everything that they do. And that the recollections of all that have plunged into the Styx's memories, destroying waters, will lie frozen within the ice. Its one smaller indie streamer goes by Chalcedonic on. Oh, is that where and all my art that I have basically commissioned from her? That's your LOL emote that you use a lot, right? That's where that comes from. That's cool. She's an artist. That's great. Will still lie frozen within the ice. If the waters of the Styx destroys one's memories, would this ice from Acanthus do the same? I could only assume so, yes. Interesting. The ruby statuette. Oh, that's cute. I'm glad. I feel like that with Mello, the person who did my icon. I love her art so much. I want to get like, I have so many different ideas for like different outfits for this character, and I want to get my icons done in her art style for all of them. I was thinking about like, the other day, I was thinking about, oh, well, I kind of want to be unoriginal and have a onesie. What would my onesie be? And then I was like, it doesn't have to be a onesie. It could just be a really big sweater, like a big sweatshirt. And it can be like one of those Christmas reindeer. And my character could have like the deer head on top of my head. And my antlers could be covered, but they could be like pillow antlers. So it would look all soft. But then I was like, I probably wouldn't want a onesie because it would feel weird. And it would probably actually get too hot because of the fur on my legs. So it could just be like a one of those like short dresses. Because you know me, I love a little bit of thigh all the time. So I was like, oh, that would be so cute. And I was also thinking about how for Halloween, I could cosplay as Amber, and I could be a cat I could have a little cat outfit, and I could be like a cat girl and like get rid of, well, maybe, oh no, maybe I could put ears on. Let's just, I mean, it is super common for people to just add ears to every animal. So why can't I be a cat deer? You know? I want cat ears too. Okay. That piece was found in a cathedral in the fertile fields of Elysium on the first layer, and Moria the Untroubled, where it bordered the river Oceanus. The name of the piece is not known, but the skill and craftsmanship are believed to be one of the most striking examples of gem crafting in the plains. The mere way in which the piece captures, distills, and enhances the light through the facets is part of its breathtaking wonder. It seems to bring to light the possible ideology connection between even the most evil and the purest beings in the multiverse. Fascinating. I can't wait to get a real PC and start being a streamer too. Oh, I can't wait for that. That'll be so exciting. I did ask about the ruby statuette, and that's where that one came from. Okay. The chitin's animated chain. The chain comes from the city of Jangling Hyder. Hyter. The city of change that hangs in Mineros, third layer of Bador. The chains there are the finest in the multiverse, but the inhabitants of Jangling Hyder are malicious and cruel, using the chains as living weapons against all that enter their city and violate their laws. Chitons move about the city of chains as spiders upon the web. Kind of ruined it for myself by spilling hot cocoa inside my PC case last year. Oh no. I spilled some milk accidentally on a router once, and that's like the worst I've ever done. That I would die. Because this PC wasn't extravagantly expensive for what's in it. It was about $1,300. But if I spilled like something in it and destroyed it, I would be devastated. I just got a message. I just got a letter. Oh God. Let me guess. Another bot. I even look. Oh, it's bad. You'd think that I would have gotten better at actually looking at people's Twitters when they follow me, but I see VTuber in their like handle and I'm like, yeah, I'll follow back a VTuber. Let's support each other. And then bam, get hit with a DM. It still works, but barely. It's a $2,200 machine, and I don't have that kind of cash on hand at the moment. Woof. And you can't, like... Did everything get damaged, or was it just, like, certain parts and the rest of it is salvageable? Chitons possess a power known as the gift of chains, which allow them to manipulate chains with their minds. It is believed that my Galleria's chain was animated during a battle in which the chiton controlling it was slain with a cursed hammer, its life essence then passing into the chain itself. Interesting. The statue of the Screaming Man. This statue is believed to be the final fate of the Ether Sarian sorcerer Gangroigadon. Wow. Attacked by a conclave of rival sorcerers at the height of his dream madness, he was imprisoned with a spell that turned his flesh into stone. Gangroigadon is said to have been frozen with a final awful curse still upon his lips, a curse so terrible that it was never meant to be spoken by the lips of a living man. It is said that the fury of the curse was enough to blister the flesh from the bones of those that heard it, and that it could even shatter the stones themselves. Went straight to the motherboard. Rams are salvageable, but the rest is kaput. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's rough. Like I said, I don't even... the Karasuthran shoreline. Karasuthra is a layer of the beastlands which is perpetually shrouded in night, filled with all manner of animals that stalk their prey in the darkness. A painter who had fallen in love with a cat lord and followed her to her homeland gave the painting to me. Never did he reveal to me the secrets of their construction. Outland Raiders. An interesting piece, yes. The painter managed a most interesting effect with the forms in the cliff's shadows. The woman who brought me this piece told me she found it in an abandoned camp on the Outlands. The original painter was never found. Presumably they were slain by the same raiders whose image they captured in the painting. It was the day I got a new PC table. It has holes for better airflow. Well, those holes were my downfall. Oh no. Yeah, I also have a... Okay, that was about to be a very stupid sentence. I was about to say, I also have a desk. That's not what I was meant to say. I have a desk, but it is also L-shaped. And the PC is on the right side and the L, like the bend, is on my left side. So the PC is actually under the desk. And it's got, it's got space for airflow and stuff, speaking of. It's got space for airflow and everything. But I always keep my liquids and everything, my water, on the left side of my table. One, because that's like I've learned based on my other PC setups to have my water on the left side of the table because I grab it with my left hand. But also it is as far as is possible from the PC tower. So like if I were to reach back and swap my hand and just have it fall, it would fall away from everything else. And the worst thing that could possibly happen would be it would somehow fall forward and down and hit my surge protector, I started drinking from a sippy cup. Oh no. I mean, I've considered it before. I've definitely dropped, like, knocked a glass of water all over a keyboard once for sure. But that could be the worst thing that could possibly happen, would be hitting the surge protector and then maybe something fucking up and like surging the computer or whatever. But that could be the worst possible like outcome of me knocking my drink over, because it would never go anywhere near my PC. Because yeah, I am clumsy. I would never, ever want to risk something happening to my computer, because it is my life. Even if I wasn't a streamer, I would just be so bored without my computer. Hazazoth at the consumption of. This painting is a copy from the wall of one of the gatehouses, Sigel's largest asylum, cell walls. All the occupants could speak was, Hazazoth has consumed. Hazazoth has consumed. A bit frightening, I think, but a fine painting nonetheless. I'm so clumsy. I basically get hurt even when I don't do anything. Yeah, I get that. Surface of Thalassia. Thalassia is the sea in which the river Oceanus, which winds through most of all of the plain of Elysium, begins and ends. This piece was painted by one of the many island inhabitants. The library. I know very little about this piece. It simply arrived on the doorstep of my galleria one day, swathed in black cloth and labeled "From the Citadel." One knowledgeable patron hypothesized that it might be some great sorcerer's fortress, suspended within a demiplane of their own creation. The Folly of Udo. This painting illustrates one of the legends of the prime world Goha. Udo was a wizard king of such skill and power that he set to casting a spell that would turn himself into a power, and the people of his great nation into divine servants. With the spell's completion, lightning crashed down around Udo's palace, setting it ablaze, and before the thunder had died away, the city was empty, not a living thing to be found. Over 70,000 people vanished without a trace, in a heartbeat. No one knows the fate of Udo or his people. Fascinating. Veil beneath Clangeddon. Bullabog Stone Nose sold this painting to me. It is a field beneath Mount Clangeddon, the home of the dwarf Einherjar, spirits of the upper planes who serve as guardians or warriors in the plain of Arcadia. Grey Hag of Oinos. This is said to be a portrait of Ravel Puzzlewell, very likely the most evil hag ever to have terrorized the Grey Waste and beyond. Wave Motion Study number 7. A young man whose name I don't know sold me this piece. It was one of several he had, but the others already had owners, or so he said. I would so like to possess the entire collection, but alas, it oft seems some things are not meant to be. Moments glance from the walls of Makma. Makma is a Githzerai fortress which floats in the plain of Limbo. The moment's glance was painted by the chaos scholar Dai, who remembers everything she sees with perfect clarity when she is not stricken with madness. Let me ask about something else. Can you see, Yavanna? I cannot see, but only because I do not wish to. In time, I will allow my vision to return so that I can re-experience the contents of my galleria with the benefit of a fresh new eyes. Huh. What is this place? Why, it's my Galleria of the Plains. These pieces have been brought from far and wide. Some I sell, some I keep, all I display at one time or another. Please enjoy them, and again, should you have questions regarding any of the pieces, do not hesitate to ask me of them. What is of interest here? I am afraid that I do not go far beyond the Galleria and cannot help you with this matter. Okay. Where could I find work here? I'm afraid I do not go far beyond the blah blah blah. Okay. Farewell then. Okay, so this was entirely pointless other than I have to come back with a tiny hammer. That's the only thing I've learned. The only other thing I've learned is that to undersigil. I knew about that. I need to find somewhere to sleep.
Done.
Because my party is fatigued. Oh, hello, Namel. Welcome to Passel Kiln's Apothecary. Greetings. Pastel, I'm called the Alchemist. Are you all right? I am. His throat convulses for a moment, then relaxes. A large green glowing pustule suddenly bursts from the side of his neck. Something you needing then, sir? Gross? May I ask what happened to you? The left eye rolls upward in exasperation. The right eye looks askance. Too much to drink. Too much of what, though? Potions I drank. Too many potions. The most I ever drank, that's for certain. Of polymorphin, they were and brewed in limbo. Anything I could do to help? Dunno. This sort of thing happens quite often. We can't seem to help but sample the stock. If you find a way to help, the two of us would be grateful. Okay. Well, can I see your wares? I wanted to purchase something. Thank you. More accurately, I wanted to sell something, but it seems you do not sell, only buy. Okay. No sell. Alright, well, if I find out how to cure you, I guess I'll figure it out later.
Done.
Yeah, ooh. The last two places that sold healing items had unlimited healing items. It might be a lower difficulty thing. Greetings, Scarred One. Come to speak with Olabrande, have ye? Come to have your fortune told for paltry 5 coins? Sure. Olabrande places your coins in her belt pouch and takes your hand. She quietly studies your palms, frowning deeply. At long last, she speaks. Some rare folk are what's called fateless, you see. They wander through their lives doing as they see fit, creating their own destinies. You have no fortune to tell, Scarred One. None at all. I've got nothing to tell you. And so here is your coin. She returns the 5 copper. Farewell, then. You hold on one moment, Scarred One. My mother gave me something once, long ago, a scroll sealed with wax. A hooded man had entrusted it to her, and said that a man such as you would one day unwittingly come to claim it. Here, I would have you take it now. What is it? Ella Bronte shakes her head, frowning. I do not know. She has sworn never to read the thing, and I obeyed her request. I never would. I would have read it the first time. The second it was given to me, while she was still watching me, I would have opened it and read it. I don't have that kind of control in my body. I have to know things. The man had paid her handsomely to take the scroll and warned her of the direst consequences should she open it. Yeah, that doesn't stop me. I am undeterred by these threats. Right. I guess now I get to read it. Suspiciously sealed scroll. Hold on. Well, she said it was suspicious, so we're quick saving. And now we're going to open it. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh. Never mind. Don't hold on. This is an old, fading, innocuous-looking parchment scroll bound with a single red ribbon and smelling faintly of mildew. The ribbon is held in place with a plain seal wax. Break the scroll.
Updated my journal.
Break the seal. Open the scroll. Read the scroll. The scroll contains a few lines of shaky calligraphy and a strange rune. The calligraphy reads, "This may not kill you, but it will slow you down, I'm sure. Stop chasing me, you thieving bastards. It's my body. Mine, mine, mine. Now, die." What the... The rune suddenly throbs, and the entire scroll begins to dissolve into a stinking black mess. The fluid seeps directly into the flesh of your hands. In seconds, the magical hemotoxin begins to render your blood into black bile. For a moment, you clutch at yourself, howling in agony, and then the pain subsides. You have survived whatever terrible magic was placed upon the scroll. Why me? You told me to open it. Well, that's what I get for my curiosity, I suppose. The Civic Fest Hall. The tall, thin man dressed in heavy crimson robes has sharp, pinched features. He bows regally as you approach him. I'm Salabesh, oft called Salabesh the Onyx, future mage tutor for the Civic Fest Hall. You've business with me, I take it. Bet that was left for you by the snap-neck incarnation who died in the maze. Probably. No, just some questions. About what? Not the ward and the like, I hope. Plenty of more common folk could answer such questions. And I just as soon direct you to one of them. Why are you called the Onyx? A long tale which I'll shorten to save my breath. In my youth, I was once called Salabesh the Golden, for I was said to have a heart of gold, small, hard, and yellow. Well, I cursed the fool who started that, so that he could only speak from his arse and defecated through his mouth. The Onyx appellation, along the same lines as the Golden, though admittedly somewhat less clever, soon followed. In any case, I'm a much kinder fellow now, far less prone to laying curses and the like. I'm not certain if I deserve the name any longer. You cursed him to do what? Oh yes, you heard right. Salabesh sighs happily and chuckles to himself. That sort of thing is why I'm known as the Master of Curses, you know. What did you mean by future mage tutor of the Fest Hall?
Updated my journal.
It's a prestigious position to be an official tutor in one of Fest Hall's training chambers. It's my intention to one day take the position of mage's tutor, but the title's currently in the possession of the Lady Thorncombe. If only I could somehow prove that I'd be a superior tutor. Do you know of a cursed man named Reekwind?
Updated my journal.
Reek? Yes. Jumble murder sense. Cursed that man. If I recall correctly. Why? Seeking to get his curse undone? Good luck. Only Jumbo can do that, you know. Where would I find this Jumbo murder sense? Within the Civic Fest Hall, I suppose. A short, portly fellow with a leering smile. Never speaks, so you'll be hard-pressed to get anything out of him. Okay, farewell. Thank you. No sleeping for us. Oh my god, everybody has a name here. Ooh. Nice music. This stern-looking older woman seems to be looking for someone, her eyes fixed upon your face as you approach her. You there, might I have a word with you? Of course. My name is Jolmi, a noblewoman of the House Sirma. I am seeking a certain man that I have been told cannot die, a terribly scarred man, for her death is nothing but the most trivial of annoyances. What bits of a description I have gathered match you quite well. Are you this man?
Updated
yes,
my
I am.
journal.
I'm pleased to meet you then. She gives a slight bow. I would make you a somewhat unusual proposal, though you must admit you are an unusual man. I will give you 1,000 copper commons for your permission to kill you. Are you open to discussion on the matter? But why? Jolmi doesn't bet an eyelash, but why not? I thought it might be an interesting experience. Paying someone for the privilege of murdering them. When I first heard rumor of your existence, how could I resist? So what is your answer? Shall we discuss the matter in greater detail? One moment. Where did you hear these rumors? One hears all sorts of things in the fest hall. How could you not eventually hear of a man like you? Again, I ask, will you consider my proposal? I mean, sure, why not? I can't die. After a short discussion, it comes down to the following terms. Jolmi will pay you 2,000 copper commons. In return, you will allow her to drive her dagger into your heart. She will wait for you to awaken, at which point she will give you the coin. Do you agree to this? Sure. The affair is over in moments. She's already cleaned her blade and put it away by the time you've recovered. After picking yourself up off the festival floor, Jolmi hands you several rolls of copper coins while you rub your aching chest. Somewhat disappointing, I must admit. Oh well, coin well spent nonetheless. Farewell.
Updated my journal.
Yes, farewell. Works for me. Free money, essentially. I'm sure there's no consequences to dying all the time. This towering man's golden skin sparkles slightly, almost as if it were metallic. Whether it's his actual flesh or merely painted on, I cannot tell. He regards you coolly as you approach, giving a respectful bow as you draw near. Welcome to the Civic Fest Hall, traveler. We are Splinter, doorman to the Fest Hall and Priest King of how may we, oh my god, can I learn how to read, please? How may we help you? Despite his humble offer for aid, his voice is powerful and commanding, a deep rumbling sound that resonates throughout the chamber. How can you help me? How do we do many things in this fine hall, traveler. We answer questions guests might have regarding it or its inhabitants. Thank you. I have the link. I have to put that, by the way, on my stream thingy somewhere. My what are they called? Yeah, reward request queue. Drink. To mark them as done. Alright, back to... Oh god, what used to be here? Oh, it was the stream preview. Boop. We answer questions guests might have regarding it or its inhabitants. We direct both visitors and members of the Society of Sensation alike to the sensoriums or lecture halls. We also accept new members into the society. Lastly, it is through us that purchases from the society's vaults are made, spells, items, and such. Can you show me to the sensoriums? There are two. The public sensorium, where visitors may use the sensory stones for anywhere between 10 and 50 commons, and the private sensoriums, where only members of the Society of Sensations are allowed. You can reach neither of them yourself. We must take you there. How could I get into the private sensorium? You must be a member of the Society of Sensation. Might I become a sensate then? In order to join the Society of Sensation, one must be willing and prepared to share their own experiences. 5 are required, 1 from each of the senses. Alternately, one may contribute a single experience that has strong elements from all 5 senses. These must be either new sensations or improvements upon our current stock. Should we find them acceptable, they will be placed into sensory stones, and you, having become a sensate, will be taught the sensory touch. It will allow you to draw others' wounds under yourself, healing them by accepting their suffering. No, that's okay. I had another question. Is there somewhere I could rest here? There are lodgings within the fest hall, but only members of the society... So there are no other ways to get a room here. You must be a member. All right, fine. I'm bluffing. Very well. Don't rush my choice here. We shall grant you access to those privileges allowed only to members of the Society of Sensation. There are multiple factions. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to commit. Yes. We would ask for... I'd have a single experience to contribute. When I woke up, not knowing where I was, on a cold, blood-slicked iron slab in the bowels of the mortuary, a place where only the dustmen or corpses in their care have seen. My entire body reeked of embalming fluid, but even the smell of that was not enough to match the coppery scent of the gore around me. Dozens of bodies lie on countless bloody slabs like the one I rose from, all in the process of being gutted, flayed, and the like by nightmarish clockwork devices by reasons unknown. The only sounds were the squeals of labored metal and the unsteady tread of undead workers as they pushed the slabs about the mortuary on rusted iron tracks. And I even left out the part about the chattering skull that flew at me as soon as I was upright. What suffice, Splinter? Yes, we welcome you back, traveler, and grant you access to those privileges allowed only to members of the Society of Sensation. My thanks. Well, I lied because I need somewhere to sleep. The Sensate are my faction of choice, so I won't be stopping you. Don't mind me. I'm just looking for a place to sleep. I know he told me where to go. Montague. Oh no, people move around. I'll never remember where people are now. Alright, you told me, and I've already forgotten. I have some questions. Is there anywhere I can rest here? Yes, there are lodgings. Walk eastward. That's all I wish to know. Okay, so we're going east. Pardon me. I need to sleep. I need to also talk to you, since apparently you wander. The short, balding man's orange tunic and rather sizable gut give him the look of a walking pumpkin. He is absent-mindedly patting his large paunch with a slow rhythm as if it were a drum. The man's odd, crooked smile and a strange gleam in his eye make him look a bit mad. Greetings. The man gives an exaggerated flourishing bow and presents a small card which reads only Jumbo Murder Sense. Zeacetek Sorcerer Extraordinaire. He then snatches a card from your grasp and proceeds to eat it, grinning wildly all the while. I'd like you to remove Requin's curse. Jumbo pretends not to hear you, instead belching loudly and resuming his belly drumming, his eyes wandering around the fest hall. Is there anything I could do so that you would remove Requin's curse? Remove Requin's curse, Jumbo, before I'm forced to hurt you. Jumbo raises one eyebrow and takes a step back. He opens his mouth abruptly, and through the lips of his throat don't move to shape any words or sound. A torrent of incomprehensible babbling begins to pour forth.
Updated my journal.
What the? Jumbo shuts his mouth and the babbling ceases. He peers at you through narrowed eyes, a self-satisfied smile on his pudgy face. Suddenly you hiccup and hiccup and hiccup and hiccup again. You motherfucker. Jumbo Murder Sense merely turns his head and waves you away. I am gonna fucking murder you, you little shit. Fuck! What have I done? Oh, I'm not dealing with this. I've got about 2 seconds to talk to the guy outside to fix me. And if he doesn't fix me, I'm killing him. You're the master of curses. Perhaps he could help me. Help you? Doubtful. Before you can respond, he sighs, shaking his head. Well, perhaps I could. What troubles you then? Jumbo Murder Sense cursed me. Jumbo Murder Sense? That sputtering mooncalf could never best me. Oh, the battles we used to have, though. But I'm all past that now. No longer my sort of thing, you see. I really don't know what I shoot. Oh my god. I really don't know what I could do for you. After all, it's his curse, not the sort you'd find on an item or some such, you know, that you could remove with simple magics. He'll have to remove it, and willingly. Well, could you teach me a curse then, that I could use it on him? Well, I don't normally do that. I keep my curses to myself, you know. And besides, even a single curse would take one a long, long while to learn. More time than I'd care to spend on it. Perhaps you're just worried that your curses aren't good enough to best him anymore. You what? Of all the ridiculous... Now look here, you knuckle-dragging sack of scars. Salabesh the Onyx is the master of curses, and there's no other. Why, I could give you but a single phrase that would render that nincompoop's cursing wholly impotent. Purse your lips and look skeptical. That's it! You've made me do it. Salabesh utters a short string of impossible syllables, words of power, which you note mentally for later use against Jumble. There. See what that does to him, and tell me Salabesh the Onyx isn't the master of curses then. Thanks, Salabesh. I'll do it. Farewell.
Updated my journal.
Nothing easier to beat than a man with an ego.
Done.
Alright, come here, you fucking asshole. Throw the curse Salabesh taught you at him. Jumble stares at you with a somewhat skeptical expression as you speak the arcane syllables of Salabesh's curse. After a moment of awkward silence, the chaos set tech mage notes that nothing seems to have happened, and an evil grin spreads across his face. He opens his mouth to retaliate with another curse of his own, only to realize he has no voice. Salabesh's curse has removed Jumble's ability to speak, thereby destroying the Chaosic's ability to curse others. He clutches at his throat, panic welling up in his eyes. Looks like the tables are turned, Jumble. What do you think will happen when anyone you've ever cursed finds out you can't speak or curse anymore? Jumble drops to his knees, a pleading expression in his eyes. He looks ready to burst into tears. Will you remove the curse you placed on me and swear never to curse another who didn't mean to harm you? Jumble places his hands over his heart and nods vigorously. Very well. I'll remove the curse then. Jumble sighs with a relief as he removes Salabesh's curse from him. He in turn removes his own, and your hiccups finally stop. He then bows humbly and casts his eyes to the floor. I'd like you to take your curse off Reekwind as well.
Updated my journal.
Jumble nods, pouting, and with a wave of his hand removes Reekwind's curse. Thanks. Farewell, Jumble. You old dick. I should kick you into a fruit punch bowl. I just need a place to sleep. There are so many doors here. That's not very lawful good to say. I'm not trying to be lawful good.
All right.
I'm just trying to not be evil. The attractive young blah blah blah. Yes, please. I'm so tired. Thank you. We are all about the chaotic evil here. No. Fuck those guys. I don't want to be chaotic evil. I'm not a bad person, I swear. I just do bad things entirely on accident sometimes. I'm chaotic stupid. Or chaotic ignorant. I would love to see you running in the streets and barking at people while stabbing them. Sounds like content. Is what I'm doing right now not content? I'm reading a book for you. What else do you want from me? Why are you called the Headless? Fair enough, I never said anything. Uh-huh. It's clear there's something very wrong about this man, the way he lurches about, bumping into things, staring off blankly into space. As you approach him, you at last realize his plight. He's headless. The thing on his shoulders is merely a skillfully carved wooden prosthesis. A false head. Huh? The headless body starts fumbling for a moment and pauses. Its hands begin to reach out as if trying to feel exactly where you are. Grab its hand. The headless figure jumps suddenly, then holds your hand tightly, shaking it. The headless body seems friendly enough. It has a strong grip, but the skin is cold and somewhat clammy. Where's your head? Can you even understand me? The figure makes a series of hand motions and waits for a response. It seems like it's asking a question. What? I don't understand. The headless body taps its foot for a moment, scratching at the chin of its prosthetic head. Suddenly, it raises a finger as if struck by an idea. It points at you, then at the eyes of its wooden head, then at you again. It then indicates its wooden head with both hands, shrugs, and points at you. No, I haven't seen... I haven't seen your head anywhere. I ain't about to argue with a streamer that feeds me content. I'm glad to feed you content. That is true. Chat is always right. So you just want me to kill everybody and we just speed run the game by murdering everyone? How does that sound like fun? The headless body shrugs, slumps a bit, then turns to amble off. Bonk. Well, that's so sad. Everybody in that room, dead. Fine, but I'm quick saving first. Because I don't actually want to kill everybody. I haven't gotten a snap neck prompt in a really long time. Let's see what actually happens. I'm curious. Oh. The towering man sneers down at you. You shall trouble the good people here no more. We shall see you flung far from this place. What? Oh. Great. Oh, and now there's a shadow that's come to murder me. Well, I can't kill everyone in the room.
Die.
Hey, what is happening? Why are you guys not attacking the shade?
Damn it! My lungs feel like a kidney.
Yeah, I know, right? Huh? But I quick saved.
Right.
Before...
We need to say up Kip now.
I must rest.
I tapped Dakin. Did I really? Also, what the fuck, video game? Did I not quick save?
All right.
Civic Fest Hall. Wait, huh? Why are these out of order? Yeah, what? But where did these come from? Why are they above this one? That's kind of weird.
I'm gone.
Well, we can't murder everyone because game ends. Or well, it throws me out, I guess. Jesus? Why have I... This squat, hunched old man still has the broad shoulders and scarred, calloused hands of a worker or warrior. An aura of weary despair seems to hang about him. He appears to be giving a lecture at the moment. Right, now listen up. This is a seminar on the war. If you're here to listen about the blood war, take root. If you're not, you're in the wrong all, and you'd best jump your soft, comfort-loving Sigillian limber stems out of here. Well, I am going to leave because I can't stand the fact that half of the consonants in your speeches are gone, especially if I'm going to have to voice act you a lot. Third Plains aligned, or 3 planes aligned. Thin and sharp features, oh my god. Thin and sharp-featured, his yellow skin covered with tattoos, this man looks over the room and its inhabitants with cold black eyes. He appears to be giving a lecture. I am known as 3 Planes Aligned, a Githzerai scholar. If you are here for my lecture, it begins in a few moments. He speaks in a very low, somber tone. Today, I shall speak of the power of alignment and belief and how they shape the planes. First, I shall explain the concept of alignment. Alignment is a descriptor of one's beliefs and how one acts upon those beliefs. All their core, all creatures predominantly behave in one of 3 ways, with good in their heart, with evil in their heart, or indifference or neutrality in their heart. They predominantly express each of these core behaviors in one of 3 different ways, in an ordered manner, in a chaotic manner, or in an indifferent neutral manner. Thus, there are 9 core alignments that one is capable of. The 9 alignments, then, are lawful good, neutral good, and chaotic good. Lawful neutral, true neutral, and chaotic neutral. And lawful evil, neutral evil, and chaotic evil. Now I shall speak of the power of alignment and the beliefs it engenders, of how from them the very deities gain strength, and how belief can physically affect one's environments. A deity must have worshippers, for it is the faith of such subjects which gives them power. As converts are made and more come to believe in a god, the more power that god receives. Conversely, those... I need to learn how to read. Conversely, when no one believes in a deity, it withers and dies, joining the corpses of other gods that float on the astral plane. It is thus possible to slay a deity by simply forgetting about them. A much more striking example of the power of alignment and belief, however, can be seen within the sliding of gate towns. First, though, I would define gate towns. Gate towns are towns on the outlands, the largely neutral area which Sigil spins over the center of. They are called gate towns because they are built around a permanent gate or portal to one of the outer planes. Each of these planes has its own alignment. The abyssal is chaotic and evil. Baeter is lawful and evil. Mechanics is lawful neutral. Mount Celestia is lawful and good. The outlands, again, are true neutral, leading to neither law nor chaos. Sliding occurs when there is a high concentration of belief in an area of differing belief. When this occurs, the area itself will move or slide to a plane that matches the new belief. Now, the gate towns usually have a strong belief that matches the outer plane beyond the portal, but the belief is not yet strong enough for the town to slide from the outlands and into the outer plane. For example, the town of Ribcage borders the portal to the lawful evil plane of Baeter. As expected, the residents of the Ribcage are largely lawfully evil residents, but the entire town's alignment and beliefs are not strong enough so that Ribcage will slide into Baeter. For example, Ribcage might one day see the sudden rise of a lawful evil order of clerics, promoting their dark beliefs and converting many citizens to the worship of their lawful evil god. Were this to occur, there would be a good chance that the town would slide off the neutral outlands, becoming part of the lawful evil plane of Baeter. Whole layers of planes may move this way, thus many wars are wars of belief and faith by necessity. They are the tools by which the territory is obtained and held. This then is the power of alignment and belief to shape the planes. This session is ended. May belief guide your actions and shape the planes to your will. Farewell to you all. Wow. Okay, those were words that were spoken at me, and I totally understood them. Ooh, thieving training. I'm a thief. Why is nobody named here? Oh boy. Death's Advocate. Sigillian's welcome. Please take your seats and listen to the darks of which I speak. He begins speaking with a somber tone. Death, it is what awaits you at the end of life's journey. Death is not an end, but a beginning. For when you die, you shall not cease to exist. No, far from it. The outer planes shall welcome you to their breasts. There, a new life, one such as you have never known, awaits you there. You shall cast away the tattered cloak of this life and become one of the faithful, a petitioner. As a petitioner on this outer plane, your life's journey shall truly begin. If you have been a god... Oh, wait, hold on. I just remembered something. Oh, yeah, no shit. When would I not have? I just remembered something. Hold on. I can do that too. I don't know how, because I think I've unfortunately, I watch a lot of VODs on YouTube rather than actually like being there live on Twitch. I think I was in one of Cinder's streams live one time. I got gifted a sub to her the other day. So I can do her emotes too. I really want one of those, like the one on the left. That's like the next one at when we get to 25 sub points. Is I want the flappy emote. The excited going back and forth is so cute. Anyway, I remembered because I saw those. Silver Veils is probably my favorite. I love those emotes so much. They're so cute. And everybody has them. I love them. Anyway. If you have been a goodly sort of gentleman, steadfast in charity and goodwill toward your fellow bloods, perhaps the light blanketed slopes of Mount Celestia shall house you when you die. Your spirit shall pass on to this place, dwelling as a petitioner in the beauty of golden morning, soft sunlight that caresses. He sighs dreamily. Perhaps you lived your life to betray others and get ahead, giving lies instead of truths, backstabbing others, all to accomplish your own goals. Cold, blood-red Kasseri. The plane where all turncoats fall when they pass on shall be the cage that imprisons you. As a petitioner on this plane, you shall live a life of treachery and treacheries, of lies and lying, knowing a life without trust. He hunches over, his eyes dart back and forth, and perhaps... I lurk on Twitch all the time, so I have a lot of gift subs. I currently have one to Snowy. Maybe she has a flap emo. I have to look. Which what is it called? It's not called flapping. It's called blankies for Cinder. Which is hilarious. She doesn't have one, and that makes me sad. She does have this, though, which is close. But also she has this, which means everybody should sub to this channel. There was a your character here. I don't know if it probably would have been too like condensed to be a Twitch emote, but it was like at my highest I had 97 gift subs during October. That is insane. I don't watch 97. I don't even think I know I follow more than 97 people, I'm pretty sure, but I'm not a big stream watcher. I don't have a reason. I don't, but I do sometimes. I usually, when I am not in like when I'm not doing something. I'm listening to music rather than I'm like watching a stream. But I watched Silvervale's stream yesterday of Pal World, which looks really fun. So I don't think I'm subbed to more than like 3 channels. Well, I have to do the obligatory of, oh, well, thank you for making it so I'm one of your 3. I appreciate it. But yeah, I also don't sub to a lot of people. It's 1, too broke, and 2, I just don't watch Twitch a whole lot. Unfortunately, I don't have any time. I consume a lot of YouTube content, and that's what I spend a lot of my like time watching. Is I watch YouTube videos, like YouTube content. I very rarely hold on. Okay, my roommates were letting me know they were on their way home. Oh, that's fun. Okay, sorry. But yeah, I feel guilty about not like supporting other content creators more. I just don't have the time. And perhaps you have lived a life of bloodthirsty evil, contempestuous of your fellow men, laying others low and doing as you please without a care of who or what you hurt. Then it is perhaps one of the lower planes, Bader, or the chaotic swirling layers of the abyss that should welcome you. Evil to the core are the spirits that come to this plane, and most are doomed to mindless cruelty and suffering, or servitude in the dreaded blood war. No matter where you go, know this, you shall be embarking on a new life, my Sigillians. You shall be able to start anew without the burden of memory of your past life. Your sole goal, if you will, is to merge with this new plane that you are on, becoming one with the ideals and the very substance of the plane itself. You shall be one of the inhabitants, the petitioners on this plane, or ideally, one of the building blocks upon which the plane is built. It is the goal of all petitioners to accomplish this goal. You must hold to your ideals. Your ideals, good or evil, law or chaos, or somewhere in between. As you approach the alignment of the plane, your journey will end as you become part of the plane itself. 'Tis a glorious existence, my Sigillians, and that is what awaits you after death, my audience. Have a care as to how you live your life, and know that it is not oblivion that awaits you after this life. Now I shall field any questions you may have for me. Anyone? I mean, I know what a petitioner is. He explained it. Can a petitioner die? He looks slightly uncomfortable at this. Well, yes. How? Well, through any of the normal means, really. What happens when they die? Well, you merge with the plane. What if a petitioner... I am one of those annoying panel people. He's like, does anybody have a question? No, you're going to answer all my questions. All 20 of them right now. And I'm going to ask you why if you don't explain every single one. What if the petitioner dies on a plane other than his own plane? He looks very uncomfortable. Well, then that is the end of life there. But no petitioner wants to leave their home plane friend. To do so would be oblivion should they die, really. Why do petitioners lose their memories? Many pardons? What? Why do petitioners lose their memories when they die? Well, you know, who wishes to be burdened with such things as memories? I do. Looking at you, sir, I cannot begin to wonder why. So why do they lose their memories? I imagine that it is because you must start afresh, your petitioner's soul pure when you arrive on your new plane. That's no answer. Do you have a better answer, my friend? Perhaps one you can share? I don't remember where or when, but I seem to recall having heard that memories drift on the astral plane as memory cores. He's right. Well, perhaps he is. Well, then the question becomes, is a lifetime of memories more important than living life again? Yes, it is. Then it's simple enough. Don't die, friend. I can't, idiot. What determines which plane? Well, I knew that already. What if someone can't die? Nonsense. Everyone dies, friend. Even gods die. I can't die. Oh, truly. Look, everyone, a rare treat. One of the great immortals has graced us with his presence. Greetings, O immortal. I can prove it. Oh, two. There's more laughter from the audience. What sport? Take heed, my audience. I think we shall have a rare display of my lecture today. Come up here, O immortal, and we shall see who is right and who is dead. I'm going to, remove myself from existence in the video game and then get back up. The speaker turns white at this, taking a step back by the powers. I think it's only fair that you prove your point now. Wow, okay, this got dark. This is not my intention. I just wanted you to answer my philosophical questions, sir. Now, why would I kill him? Now, I must confess that I'm not quite ready to depart this life just yet. Well, sometimes you don't get a choice. Snaps neck. So this great new life on the outer planes may not be all it's supposed to be? Perhaps not. Well, certainly not now. As I thought. I had another question. The Dustmen say that this life is where we end up when we die. There are countless petitioners, my friend, Dustmen among them, who would disagree with Dustman philosophy. That's all I wish to know. Then I shall end this session. I shall continue to lecture here at the hall, so tell all your friends. What was that? Mages in training. There's a life-size granite statue of a gentleman standing with his arms at his sides, eyes closed. It is of excellent craftsmanship, exquisitely detailed, and incredibly lifelike. So much so, in fact, that you find yourself wondering if it's really a statue at all. Touch the statue. You touch the statue and find that while the cloths that adorn it are of gray color rather than rock, the skin is as cool and hard as granite. Hello, kitty. Hello, beautiful. You're going to the vet tomorrow. Are you excited? Your first vet appointment. You're gonna get your nails trimmed so you can't claw the shit out of me. And we're gonna find out if I'm overfeeding you. And then I get to starve you and be an asshole if I am. So hopefully I'm not. Isn't that right, baby? Isn't that right, baby? Now get out from in front of my mouse. I need that. You're such an asshole. Strike the statue. As you make to strike the statue, its eyes flash open and it catches your fist in an iron-hard grip. Narrowing its cold gray eyes, it speaks with a voice like two boulders grinding together. Why would you strike, Kisai? Forgive me, I only meant to see if you were truly a statue. He nods slowly, frowning. You are forgiven. However, one feels you are lacking patience. Perhaps I had some questions. The statue remains silent as ever. Hello, my questions? Wait for a response. There is no response. Keep on waiting. He said patience. The statue's eyes open. He gazes at you with cold gray eyes. He speaks ponderously, with a voice like two boulders. Your patience is noted. Kisai would speak with you now. I have questions about you. Ask. What is it that you were meditating upon when I first found you? Kisai meditates upon the way of stone. The way of stone? A philosophy. A method of combat. With it, Kisai seeks to achieve invulnerability. Invulnerability? You'd be unbeatable in combat. Yes, now, the way is not yet perfect. Kisai will make it so one day. Kisai knows this. Can you tell me what you've discovered so far? No one has asked Kisai to share his knowledge of the way. Kisai shall do this now. He begins to speak at length, slowly and carefully. Listen and learn the way of the stone.
Journal.
After hours of listening, my AC decreased. After hours of listening and many, many questions, you come to understand what little of Kisai's way of stone he can teach you. In combat, you will use it to resist and deflect your enemy's blows, improving your armor class. Thanks, Kisai. I had other questions. Who are you? I am called Kisai. What are you exactly? One is of the race called Stone Princes. Kisai is Genasi of Earth.
Updated my journal.
He nods proudly. Kisai's father, an elemental creature of Earth, a Dao. Kisai's mother, a human woman of noble heritage. Such is what it is to be Genasi of Earth. What do you do here? Kisai meditates. Kisai also trains others in the arts of combat. I have questions about this place. This is the Civic Fest Hall. Need you know more. Find another to ask. Hello, cat. I had no more questions. Farewell. Pardon me. Please don't scratch me for... You did it. You captured the hair tie. I'm proud of you. Okay, bye. She just comes onto my desk and takes my hair ties and leaves. Like a weirdo. Nope. Well, Anna's the only one that can figure out how a wall works.
All right.
Unfulfilled desire. Greetings. You want something, yes? She hisses the yes, drawing it out slowly, sensually from between her teeth. I can help. Name your desire, and I shall provide it. Well... Hold on. Oh, I can't zoom in on her model. This probably isn't a cutscene kind of game, is it? I want my memories returned. All of them. She smiles. Much may be forgotten in a lifetime, and much more in several lifetimes. I can help you. Explain to me the ways in which you want these memories. Speak to me your craving, and I shall speak to you of the price. What proof do you have? Describe the way in which you want your memories back. As you speak, her smile fades and she leans forward attentively, her eyes ravaging your features as you speak. Her presence compels you to speak more than you normally would, and after a few moments, her eyes flutter closed as she gives a sharp intake of breath. Suddenly, the desire for your memories begins to wane. Your want slowly drains out of you, leaving only a cold emptiness in its wake. She opens her eyes, again as you stop speaking. What is wrong, traveler? Do you no longer want your memories returned to you? No. I mean, yes. What have you done to me? She seems perplexed. Whatever do you mean? Despite her innocent demeanor, you're certain something unnatural has occurred. She has somehow siphoned off some part of your desire, stolen it away for some ghastly collection of wants, or perhaps to feed upon. Had you finished speaking of your desire, you're certain it would have been lost forever to you. Come now, is there something else you want then? Tell me of it. I'd best not. Farewell, unfulfilled desire. I mean, there's nobody in here. They'll never know. Quick save. Before I get in trouble. Anna, move! No one will ever know. Is stealing things chaotic evil? Or is it neutral evil? I feel like it's neutral evil, right? Well, that is a new door. Hold on. I wanted to close the door. Oh, it's because you fucking assholes keep jumbling up in front of the door.
I'm gone.
Can I not close the door now? Depends on your reasoning why you steal them. Curiosity, mostly. Well, I can't close the door, sadly. Ooh. Pacify, shield, friends, blindness. Fire and ice. Dodecahedron? What is that? You can have the thing back. There you go. I don't know what this is, but hurry up and learn it before they know that I stole it. It's a 5th level spell. Ooh, a dodecahedron. Oh god, hold on. Hold on. This heavy dodecahedron, about the size of both your fists balled together, seems inexplicably familiar to you. Its texture is cold and smooth, but whether it's metal or stone, you cannot tell. A certain, almost intangible tension runs over the object, as if it were ready to spring into the air at any moment. Examine the dodecahedron closely. Upon closer examination, you realize that each side of the dodecahedron is a plate that can be twisted either clockwise or counterclockwise. It appears to be a puzzle box or combination lock, as each of the pentagonal plates has 5 possible positions. The dodecahedron has no less than 244,140,625 settings. There is no way with a 9 intelligence that I knew that, I'm just saying. It would take every second of the next 77 odd years to fit all the combinations, but then you might just get lucky and stumble upon a situation in minutes. Fiddle with it for a bit. As you methodically twist the cold gray facets of the dodecahedron, a strange sensation forms at the base of your skull. Your hands seem to move of their own accord, turning the object and spinning its facets with mechanical precision. You've done this before. You knew the combination once. And you also became aware that there is a certain danger within the object. Whether it's from simple traps or something less mundane, though, you cannot recall. Keep working. In moments, you have what might be the first 4 sides locked into their proper places. As you begin to twist the 5th side of the dodecahedron, you recall a cunning blade trap that would snap out to lash at a meddler's hands, slashing their wrists and severing fingers. You avoid the trap with the proper number of rotations, certain that you've made progress in unraveling of the object's secret. After avoiding the dodecahedron's spinning blades, you slowly puzzle out the next series of facet positions. As you start to turn the 9th side of the dodecahedron, jets of toxic gas spread a billowing cloud of corrosive vapor into your face. Half blind, dizzy, and vomiting painfully, you, a bit too late, remember how to avoid that trap as well. You circumvent the dodecahedron's poisonous gas trap and begin your work on the final facet of positions. Just as you're locking the 12th pentagon into place, sorcery runes hidden within the dodecahedron unleash a tiny storm of magical lightning. Arcs of crackling blue light run up your arms, leaving smoking trails of black ruined flesh in their wake. After allowing your muscles to seize their spasms and picking yourself back up, you recall how to avoid that trap. After making a final adjustment to the 12th facet, the dodecahedron clicks and begins to open in your hands. The dodecahedron splits once, twice, and eventually unfolds itself impossibly into a perfectly rectangular tablet the size of a large book. Etched into its surface are a series of bizarre symbols. It looks to be a code or language that you feel should be familiar to you, but it's not. Further examination of the tablet reveals that by twisting the pentagonal facets that are now upon the underside of the tablet, different pages may be displayed across the tablet's face. You finally realize that the dodecahedron is a tome or journal of some sort. Until I learn to read this language, I might as well just put it away.
Updated my journal.
Well, I almost killed myself for that. But I figured it out. Also, didn't she say that this room was my room anyway? So, okay. I'd like to sleep now, please. As I nearly killed myself trying to open this puzzle box. And I slept for 36 hours. Or whatever it is, 38 hours? 40 hours? 24 hours and 16 hours? 40 hours? That was my room indeed. Yeah, I never got the chance to, like, she said that the room was waiting for me, and there was a dialogue option like, wait, what do you mean waiting for me? But I didn't click on it because I just wanted to sleep, and then I never got the option again, sadly, so. Oh, for some reason these doors are shut. I returned from the dentist's. Face number than a skinny dipping Eskimo's frozen nutsack. Explicit. So I'm guessing that the dentist didn't go. Well, I mean, maybe you knew what you were going to the dentist for. Hopefully it went okay. It goes great. I almost just killed myself trying to solve a dodecahedron.
I'm gone.
And we're actually just about to end, unfortunately. But I hope that your dentist appointment went okay. Ooh. You're new. Had to get 2 cavities filled. Oh, that's not too bad. Could be a lot worse. Greetings? The man looks your way. Pike off. I have some questions. You think I wander the ward looking for strangers to spill dark for? Pike off. Why are you here then? To be surly with passers-by? Took 7 shots of painkiller in 3 separate times waiting for painkiller to kick in for the bottom left to go numb. Good thing I'm a thief. Eli Havelock. I get it. Yeah, I kind of have something like that with my mouth as well, where my bottom left side also... Oh, that's weird. Yeah, my bottom left side also can be a little bit of a pain to be numbed out. When I got my wisdom teeth pulled and I won't go too graphic into this because I actually get a little bit squeamish when people talk about dentists too. But when I had my wisdom teeth pulled when I was 16, I was like given anesthetic and like the local anesthesia where it like kind of puts you into a sleep, but you're still conscious, so you can like move your tongue around and things like that, respond, kind of like the same kind of deal for like brain surgery, that kind of deal. And I don't remember any part of the surgery except for one part where I didn't feel anything, but when my lower left side, because they had to take all 4 of my wisdom teeth out, the lower left hand side, I remember waking up enough that I remember hearing them crack the tooth to pull it out. So I must have woken up out of anesthetic somehow and recalled that. They kept me lucid for the 2 they ripped out the top of my head. Yeah, I've had 1 tooth pulled and I was awake for that because they don't usually put you under. I don't remember anything about my wisdom teeth because they put me the equivalent of under, where you go under local anesthetic and you're technically awake, but you do not remember anything usually. And I don't remember a thing except for that one. I remember the sound of one of my teeth being cracked, and I went right back out as soon as it was cracked. But I didn't feel any pain. I didn't feel anything. I just remember hearing it, but I guess I must have been going through some sort of pain to have woken me up out of it. A cleric barbarian. You think, why are you here then? To be surly? That's good, that. I'm a tutor at the Civic Hall. Name's Havelock. Eli Havelock. As a veteran scout, I teach the art of subterfuge. You mean thievery? Thieves are, and thievery it always is. 5 tours I spent as a reconnaissance operative in the War of Lies. Scout is my title. Scout. I teach the way of stealth and spycraft, not common thievery. I still got 2. My normal dentist referred me out for all 4 to be pulled. Yeah, my because you have to have an oral surgeon do it, a dentist can't do it. So I also had to go to a surgeon that I had never met, but had to pull the top 2 himself on visits prior to upcoming referrals in April. Ooh, that's rough. Yeah, I also had some pressure, pain in my jaw, and ended up, but mine was pretty smooth. The first 24 hours were rough. Like, I have a very high pain tolerance, and I cried like for the first 12 hours after the right after the surgery, when the morphine and everything wore off the first time. I was in a lot of pain, but then after that I was okay. It was just that first 24 hours right after the nerve numb wore off. It hit me real hard, and I haven't felt pain like that probably my whole life. But I'm also a big wuss when it comes to tooth pain, so that might have been a factor in it. Like, I've had kidney stones, which people have said is more pain than childbirth, and I wouldn't say I was fine, but I didn't cry. I don't really cry when it comes to pain, but I did cry when my wisdom teeth got pulled after the nerve agent. Yeah, for sure. I mean, they hurt. I felt like I was getting stabbed. But I've always had a very high pain tolerance, so could you train me? I don't know. I've had enough of teaching petty pickpockets and curious sensates for the time being. Not sure why I agreed to do it in the first place. Perhaps because by teaching others, you make them aware of your own skill. At the same time, you defend the nobility of your skills by assuring them you're no common thief, but a scout and a spy, a master of subterfuge. There's no denying it. It's sort of sorry, though, when you look at it that way. I don't think so. Those of your trade are often misunderstood, thrust unfairly into the same category as footpads and brigands. There's nothing wrong with dispelling false notions. Right again, you are. Thanks, Blood. Well, enough wasting time out here. I'm heading back to the fest hall. If you still want to train, that's where you'll find me. Perhaps I'll see you there, Eli. Farewell. Well, look at that. And I actually would, because I am a thief, so... Usually on the 4th or 5th days after I quit ibuprofen. That's fair. Yeah, mine was the day after the extraction, like the 24 hours after the extraction is when it hurt me the most, and then I was fine for the rest of it, really. The thieves, I believe, were over here. Eli, teach me. Huzzah, look who's arrived. Welcome to my stomping grounds. Cutter, ready to train? Yes, I am. I have little to teach if you've already been trained, Cutter. If you strayed from the scout's path, though, I can always show you the way again. Oh. Okay, so that would be how you would learn to be, or like change your class or something. Damn, I was kind of hoping you would give me a little bit of a buff. But with that, we are going to come over here. We are going to save, and that is going to be where we are going to end for today. Everybody in a nice straight line. And I'm gonna hard save as well. All right. Thank you so much for spending your time with me. I appreciate you guys so much. You have no idea how much fun it is for me to just be able to sit and talk about all walks of life, from weird pornography that we've seen to wisdom teeth being pulled to just chaotic randomness in video games. It's genuinely the reason why I stream, and I appreciate you guys so very much. I'll be live again tomorrow at 8 a.m. EST. If you need to know when. Learned a lot. Yeah, sure. I'm sure you did. Learned way more than you ever needed to know. Also, that is so interesting that that GIF like pops up over the last line of text. I don't think I've ever seen a GIF do that. Very informative. All right. Well, I'm gonna go make ham and eggs for dinner and help my roommates continue to organize their room, and then go to sleeps. I'll be back again, as always, 8 a.m. EST, same time every single morning. If you need a time conversion for when that is, there is a timer in the About Me section where you can find a whole boatload of links, including these ones. You can follow me on Twitch. You can follow me on Twitter. You can follow me on Discord. Oh no. Have a good night. All of those places will be where you can be notified of when I go live. The Discord's a great place for clips. I upload the VODs to YouTube and post them in the Discord as well. As long as really any of my other projects, including any fan art, video uploads, and just random shit talking, really. So if you're interested, you can join the Discord for all that fun stuff, as I have a roommate that's staring over my shoulder waiting for me to end stream. So I'm going to shut the fuck up. Okay, bye. I'm going to run a couple of minutes of ads, if you'd be so kind as to mute the tab while those play. That helps me out a lot. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your Thursday. If I don't see you again, have a wonderful Friday and a relaxing weekend. And I'll see you all again soon, hopefully. Bye-bye.